सज्जन सारभरित जीवन सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन. सारभरित जीवन सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन सरसिजाक्ष श्री हरि को करते हैं नमन सरसिजाक्ष श्री हरि को करते हैं नमन सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन. सत्य धर्म त्याग सेवा जीवन की नींव है सत्य धर्म त्याग सेवा जीवन की नींव है आत्मानुभूति सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन
Swamiji will be arriving shortly. I request when Swamiji comes in, all of you to stand, rise for the occasion, and not to clap. We'll put the Jaikara when Swamiji comes in. I also request our office bearers, Pradeep Imam, Atul Kudwa, Ashokini Imam, Nandgopal Shanai, Ajit Gunjikar, Rajiv Imam, Kishore Masurkar, Deepak Shanai, Jayant Prabhu and
Guru Maharaj!
Jai Jai Guru Maharaj! They can come to the stage and thank you.
Guru Maharaj, Guru Maharaj! Jai Jai Guru Maharaj! Guru Maharaj, Guru Maharaj! Jai Jai Guru Maharaj! Kashi Makke Guru Maharaj! Jai Jai Guru Maharaj! Guru Maharaj, Guru Maharaj! Jai Jai Guru Maharaj! Guru Maharaj, Guru Maharaj! Guru Maharaj, Guru Maharaj! Jai Jai Guru Maharaj! Kashi Makke Guru Maharaj! Jai Guru Maharaj! Guru Maharaj, Guru Maharaj! Jai Jai Guru Maharaj!
महाराज की, काशी मठाधीश की, काशी मठ संस्थान की, जय जय गुरु महाराज 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 की। बोलो श्रीमद संयमी तीर्थ स्वामी सद्गुरु महाराज की, बोलो श्रीमद संयमी तीर्थ स्वामी सद्गुरु महाराज की।
त्याग सेवा जीवन की नींव है, सत्य धर्म त्याग सेवा जीवन की नींव है। आत्मानुभूति ही जीवन का लक्ष्य है, आत्मानुभूति ही जीवन का लक्ष्य है। सारस्वत सज्जन सार भरित जीवन, सारस्वत सज्जन सार भरित जीवन।
Kindly switch off the music, please.
भूमि पुण्य भूमि। विश्वरूपी शरीर का आत्म ही भारत है, विश्वरूपी शरीर का आत्म ही भारत है।
Hello.
पूर्वामृतमध्यां हस्तिनाद प्रमोदिनीं श्रियो देवीमुपह्वये श्रीर्मा देवीर्जोषदां कां सोऽस्मितां हिरण्यप्राकारामार्द्रां ज्वलन्तीं तृप्तां तर्पयन्तीं पद्मे स्थितां पद्मवर्णां तामिवोपह्वये श्रियं चन्द्रां प्रभासां यशसा ज्वलन्तीं श्रियं लोके देवजुष्टामुदारां तां पद्मिनीमीं शरणमहं प्रपद्ये लक्ष्मीर्मे नश्यतां त्वां वृणोमि। जातो वनस्पतिस्तव वृक्षोतः नमः।
Shri Hari Gurubhyo Namaha. Good morning to all of you. In the beginning, I would like to invoke the blessings of Lord Shri Vyasaragupati Narasimha, Aradhya Lord of Sri Kashi Math Samsthan, And also I would like to invoke the blessing of Parama Puja Guruvarya Sadguru Srimad Sudhindra Tirtha Swamiji, whose blessings are instrumental in starting Vishwa Saraswat Federation and its work in connecting and uniting all Saraswat from across the globe. My sincere obeisance to the lotus feet of Sadguru Srimad Saimendra Tirtha Swamiji, Matadipati of Kashi Math Samsthan. With their blessings and guidance, this program has been possible today. Saraswats are the children of Mata Bhagavati Saraswati, who is the Vidyadayini. Because of her blessings, Saraswats are known for their wisdom, intelligence, foresight, and acumen. They have always excelled in whatever they have done so far. Their contribution in the field of Vedic studies and its propagation, art and culture, music, astronomy, agriculture, medicine, metallurgy, and recently in the field of trade, education, and banking sector has been marvelous. The focus of today's conference is to highlight the glory of our ancient Saraswati civilization, unearth the vast knowledge of Saraswati history, and also to deliberate on the future course of action towards Saraswati unity. Today's event has been organized by Vishwa Saraswat Federation in association with All India Saraswat Cultural Organization and GSP Sabha Navi Mumbai. On behalf of all the three organizations, I would like to welcome all of you to this wonderful one-day conference. Now, to begin with, we'll have a felicitation program by divine hands of His Holiness Srimad Saimendra Tirtha Swamiji. We have Major General Sunil Rajdan with us. Major General Sunil Rajdan is from Special Forces. He is Indian probably first wheeled chair general. He survived after receiving 13 bullets, breaking his backbone, but was instrumental in killing 9 foreign terrorists in Damhal, Hanjipura area in Kulgam in 1992. Not only that, he rescued 17 people, mostly girls, from clutches of foreign mercenaries. And Major General Rajdan has received Kirti Chakra Visishta Seva Medal. I'm very honored to invite Major General Rajdan to the stage. I request not to clap. You can put Jai cards. It's a proud moment for all of us. A Kashmiri Saraswat achiever is with us today. We really appreciate his courageous deed and his service to Indian Army and our great nation, Bharat. So, Mata ki Jai.
सारस्वत सज्जन सार भरित जीवन सारस्वत सज्जन सार भरित जीवन भारत भूमि पुण्य भूमि कण कण ही श्रेष्ठ है भारत भूमि पुण्य भूमि कण कण ही श्रेष्ठ है। विश्वरूपी शरीर का आत्म ही भारत है। विश्वरूपी शरीर का आत्म ही भारत है। सारस्वत सज्जन सार भरित जीवन। सारस्वत सज्जन सार भरित जीवन। सारस्वत सज्जन सार भरित जीवन। सारस्वत सज्जन।
Now we will officially begin the event by Veda Gosha. I request all of you to stand once again. Now later Swamiji will proceed to the mat.
हरि ओम भद्रं कर्णे विशृणुयाम देवा भद्रं पश्येमाक्षभिर्यजत्रा स्थिरैरङ्गैस्तुष्टुवांसस्तनोभिर्व्यसेम देवहितं यदायुः शन्नो मित्रशं वरुणः शन्नो भवत्वर्यमा शन्न इन्द्रो बृहस्पतिः शन्नो विष्णुरुक्रमः नमो ब्रह्मणे नमस्ते वायो त्वमेव प्रत्यक्षं ब्रह्मासि त्वामेव प्रत्यक्षं ब्रह्म वदिष्यामि रतं वदिष्यामि सत्यं वदिष्यामि तन्मामवतु तद्वक्तारमवतु अवतु माम् अवतु वक्तारम् ओम शांति 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 ओम।
Kindly rise. Swamiji will now proceed to Mat, and Swamiji will join us for Ashirvachana in the evening. Thank you.
सत्य धर्म त्याग सेवा जीवन की नींव है। आत्मानुभूति ही जीवन का लक्ष्य है। आत्मानुभूति ही जीवन का
Kindly be seated.
सज्जन सार भरित जीवन सारस्वत सज्जन सार भरित जीवन सरसिजाक्ष श्री हरि को करते हैं नमन सरसिजाक्ष श्री हरि को करते हैं नमन सारस्वत सज्जन सार भरित जीवन सारस्वत सज्जन सार भरित जीवन सत्य धर्म त्याग सेवा जीवन की नींव है सत्य धर्म त्याग सेवा जीवन की नींव है आत्मानुभूति ही जीवन का लक्ष्य है आत्मानुभूति ही जीवन का लक्ष्य है सारस्वत सज्जन सार भरित जीवन सारस्वत सज्जन सार भरित जीवन भारत भूमि पुण्य भूमि कण कण ही श्रेष्ठ है भारत भूमि पुण्य भूमि कण कण ही श्रेष्ठ है विश्वरूपी शरीर का आत्म ही भारत है
I request all of you to kindly be seated. We will be starting with the morning session now. Now in the morning session, we have two keynote addresses, one by Major General G.D. Bakshi. After that, we'll have a 10 minutes Q&A for that. Then we'll have Nitin or Gokarna, the second keynote speaker. Again, we'll have a 10 minutes question and answer. Then we'll break for the tea. Now I request Major General G.D. Bakshi sir to come to the stage. Major General G.D. Bakshi, they are going to deliver the keynote address on Saraswati civilization, a paradigm shift in ancient Indian history.
Namaskaro. It's my pleasure and honor to introduce today's keynote speaker, Major General G.D. Bakshi sir, on this dais. We welcome you, sir. Major General G.D. Bakshi is a retired Indian Army officer. He is from the 6th Jammu and Kashmir Rifles. Commissioned in the Indian Army from IMA Dehradun in 1971, he was awarded the Vishisht Seva Medal for commanding a battalion in the Kargil War. Also, he was awarded the Sena Medal for distinguished service in commanding a battalion during counter-insurgency drives. He has authored nearly 40 books and over 400 research papers in major journals. He has a PhD from University of Madras. He was honored with Chandrasekhar Azad Rashtriya Award for his contributions in the military, social and literary fields. Major General G.D. Bakshi sir is a well-known panelist on several news channels across India to provide his expert views on topics related to military and defense. His book, Saraswati Civilization, a paradigm shift in ancient Indian history, is a bestseller. This book breaks new ground to lay the foundation for an authentic Indian history. With a big round of applause, let's have Veda Bakshi sir on stage and address the gathering, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. My dear Saraswat brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege for me to be here and to commence the proceedings today with a recital of our heritage, of our identity, who we are and where we come from. Where you are going is very much a product of where are you coming from. And as Saraswats, we have our origin on the banks of the Saraswati river. It's therefore very essential, next please, it's therefore very essential for us to...
Slides, please.
Yeah, slide, next slide, yeah. It's very essential for us to take a look at our history. Those who do not learn from history, next, those who do not learn from history are condemned to repeat it. Now, you cannot have your history written in, Harvard or Massachusetts or Oxford. You have to own your history. Because so far for us, because we were a colonial, we were colonized, our history was colonized, our minds were colonized, and we still haven't recovered really from that, psychological conditioning of the British Empire. Now today we have to take a re-look at our history in the light of new facts and knowledge that has come up in so many other spheres. So you can't get stuck to, Max Muller or Macaulay, because Max Muller said so. I'm afraid Max Muller did not have access to satellite imagery. I'm afraid Max Muller did not have access to radiocarbon dating. Max Muller did not have access to DNA mapping and a whole host of new disciplines where we've got a plethora of new facts and knowledge which we must now utilize to rewrite our history in the light of the truth. A civilization that says Satya Meva Jayate. Then you have to go for the truth. You can't take hand-me-down narratives from the British Empire and 75 years after independence continue with the same. We need an integrated, okay, can you just go back, for God's sake, can you slow down a bit? Can you go back 2 slides? Yeah, next. Yeah. So today we need to reclaim this history, and for that we need an integrated approach, a convergent approach, a multidisciplinary approach. And one of the key things that we have to look when we take a look at our history is that the Marxist, colonial, the liberal, leftist historians, one of the first things they deny is the existence of the Saraswati river. You and I don't exist because there was no Saraswati river. It was a myth. It was a story. कहानी है. आप बकवास करते हैं. आप बकवास करते हैं because we will give you now. They say, the Americans say, don't tell us, show us. So we will today prove to you the existence of this river, and we will also take up a series of very seminal questions about ancient Indian history today. Next please. Thank you. Yeah. So what are these seminal questions? Which was the cradle of the Indian civilization? सब लोग कहते हैं Sindhu river. Sindhu, because the Arabs could not pronounce S, they called it Hindu. Hum Hindu, Hindustan. You know, when the Greeks came, they saw the Indus river, Indus, Indica, India. So, by default, the Indus river has become your cradle river. And I shall show to you that this is not the fact. About 80% of the Indus, so-called Indus Valley settlements have been found not on the banks of the Indus River, but on the Saraswati River. We shall cover that when we go ahead. Now, the sacred geography of the Rig Veda is defined by the Sapta Sindhava, the 7 sacred streams that flew in the Punjab area, Haryana area, Rajasthan area, going up to Gujarat and Kutch. So, was this the original Rig Vedic area? Is the Harappan civilization and the Rig Vedic civilization one and the same? They occupy the same geographical area. What the British told you is, what Max Muller told you is, sorry, but they were in different times. The Aryans came 1500 BC. How did you come to this magic number? Because the world was made, as per the Bible, in 4500 BC. So, Mesopotamia is the oldest civilization. How can the Indian civilization be older than the Mesopotamian civilization from which, the Western civilization traces its roots? So very neat, back of the envelope calculation, 1500 BC, that is the gospel truth. You dare challenge it. You dare challenge it. We are now. And we have told Madam Rumila Thapar so many times, please IE for a seminar. And let's go by facts. She refused to come. Oh, you are right wing, you are this, you are that. I was in the Vivekananda International Foundation. So many times we invited this lady and all these leftist historians to come and debate and discuss. That is the way. No, this is the gospel truth. What is the strategic direction of the Indo-Aryan migration? Was it from Central Asia into India? Or there is a reverse theory now which is called out of India theory. Was it from here outwards? We will cover this in detail. So are the Aryans alien or are they indigenous to India? And these two separations, the so-called Indus Valley civilization and the Vedic civilization, are they the same or were they separated in time by about 3000 years, as Max Muller says? Next, please. A picture is worth 1,000 words. Please take a look at this picture. Those purple dots are settlements, right? Now take a look at the Saraswati River, which is running parallel to the Indus River, right? If you see there, the densest cluster of settlements is along the Saraswati River. Almost 80% of these settlements were not on the Indus, they were on the Saraswati River. So it is not really the Indus Valley civilization, it is really the Saraswati Valley civilization. Next, please. We had done a seminar in Delhi University about 4 years back, and then we had taken a multidisciplinary approach. We took a look at the Aryan invasion theory, which was later changed to Indo-Aryan migration theory. Because when the facts did not fit, you just very conveniently change it. Oh, they didn't come to invade, they migrated. Okay. And as I shall show you, that is a logical absurdity. The Saraswati River dried out and vanished. So, if the Ganga dries out, you think people from outside wahan marne aayenge? Isa pani nahi hai, hum yahan aayenge. You will come where a river is lush and flowing, you see, and not where a river is desiccated and dying. The whole theory does not stand the test of logic. In the second session, we had, the geological aspects, the satellite imagery aspects, and we went over the Landsat satellite imagery, ISRO satellite imagery. Then we went into the hydrodynamics of the rivers, the paleo channels, how they have changed. There's a whole science which is now available to us. We had these experts. Then we covered the archaeological evidence. Then we did the gene mapping, population mapping studies, and then we studied the linguistics and the scriptural evidence. Based upon that, I came out with my book, that is the Saraswati Civilization, a paradigm shift in Indian history. Next, please. Now the Nadi Sukta, India is a land of sacred rivers. Our rivers are sacred to us, whether it is the Ganga, it is the Yamuna, the Saraswati is the most sacred of our rivers. The most sacred original river of ours. But the Kaveri, the Narmada, these are sacred streams. Why? Because the water absorbs the prana. You see, when a rishi meditates, the prana shakti is aroused, the kundalini is in the pranic field. You see, that gets aroused and the water is the first to absorb that shakti. तभी कमंडल लेके चलते थे हमारे ऋषि और श्राप देना होता था. That was the charged water, water charged by meditation. That is why our rivers are so sacred to us. Now, that is why today we have the Ganga as the holiest river. But if you go to the Vedas, the holiest of all streams is the Saraswati. It was called the Sindhu Mata, the mother of the Sindhu, the mother of all rivers. It was called Naditama, Devitama, Anuttama, the greatest of all rivers, Naditama. The greatest of all Devis, Devitama, Saraswati, and the greatest of all mothers, Anuttama. The fact is, this was name of the Saraswati appears 74 times in the Rig Vedas. It is called the greatest river, glorious, loudly roaring, mother of floods. Now, Max Muller says, and see the logical fallacy. Max Muller says Aryans came 1500 BC. Geologists tell you that by 1900 BC, this river had dried out, finished. So how did they see the Saraswati? And if they had at all seen the Saraswati, they would have seen some broken lagoons, and south of Jaisalmer, it had gone underground. It is still underground, Vinashana ke aage. So how did the Aryans then write about the Saraswati river? Because he said they came in 1500 BC and they composed the Rig Veda here, right? So how did they talk of the Saraswati as a loudly roaring mother of floods? There is one shloka which says, the Saraswati uproots the tops of the mountains like an elephant uproots a lotus. You are talking of a mighty, roaring river of floods. You're not talking of a dying out stream. So by logic, this is what Max Muller said, doesn't stand the test of, scrutiny of logic. Thank you. Next, please. Here is a satellite imagery. Don't tell us, show us. Dikhaiye. The American Landsat satellite in the 70s, that went and sent back photographs of the dried out course of the Saraswati. And then, of course, our ISRO satellites. We called the ISRO experts and they showed us the whole mapping of the satellite imagery of this river. Next, please. Now, as per this satellite imagery, not as per my faith or my belief or because my grandfather told me, no. Satellite imagery evidence shows this river was 4,600 kilometers long, 6 to 8 kilometers wide, and at Patiala, where the Satluj used to join it and the Yamuna was flowing westwards earlier, used to join it, iska part, it was 20 kilometers in width, right? And then what happened to this river? Tectonic plate shifts, huge earthquakes. The first shock that came, that turned, the course of the Yamuna in 3 shifts. It turned eastwards. I'll show you the satellite imageries. Turned eastwards and joined the Ganga. So half the ice melt water was depleted. And then after that, a few thousand years after that, the Satluj turned course and joined the Indus River. And therefore all the ice melt water was deprived. It became a monsoonal stream. Just before the Mahabharata, there was a massive 12-year drought. Yugandatha Sabu. And then this river died out and vanished. 1900 BCE, before the current era, this river had fully dried out. And this is where Max Muller stands negated. He says, we came in 1500 BC, the Aryans, the Veda was written then, and the Veda in 1500 BC described the Saraswati as a loudly roaring river. Saraswati had gone. Either the geologists are wrong or Max Muller is wrong. And Max Muller certainly is wrong. Next. Here is one of the best photographs of this. This has been touched up to show the river, but this is a satellite imagery. the sky blue stream that you see, that is the Saraswati. And you see it flowing from the Himalayas. You know, it takes its origin in the Mansarovar lake and then goes down to the Ran of Kutch. This is the Saraswati, and it is running parallel to that deep blue river which is the Indus. Take a look at this. This is visual evidentiary value. This is scientific evidence. Next, please. This is another satellite image which shows you, you know, if you see towards the south of this, the dark bluish Ghaggar Hakra Paleo channel, that is the Saraswati, right? And you can see the Satluj flowing on top. And this is another image of Rakhi Gadi you can also see on this photograph, satellite imagery of the landscape. Next, please. So what happened to the Saraswati? Like I said, 4,700 before present, there was a massive earthquake and the Yamuna changed course. Then 2,600 years before present, there was another earthquake, and this time the Satluj changed course. And then, you see, when it was deprived of the ice melt water, it became a monsoonal stream, flowed for another 1,000 years, and then by 1900 BCE, this river had vanished completely. In the north, it became confined when you go to Kurukshetra now. Dekhe, when we die, our ashes are immersed in the Ganga. Where do you go for Pinddan? To Kurukshetra. Why do you go to Kurukshetra? Because the Saraswati flowed through Kurukshetra. Abhi bhi Pinddan. Look at the strength of the oral tradition. Koi record nahi tha iska, kahin nahi hai. But yet the people by the oral tradition kept alive the memory of a sacred river and sacred stream. Akbar's cavalry, they knew of this dried out course. And whenever they had to travel north to south, they would take their cavalry along the dry course of the river. You dig a few feet deep and you get water for your horses and the men. Sweet water. And south of Jaisalmer, this river has gone underground. And even today, the army is taking out water, and we all know the plans that we have. And if you take that water out with tube wells and the others, you will green. Rajasthan will become greener than Haryana or Punjab and will be our next granary. Next, please. This is another very interesting image. If you see that dark brown line on the top, you know, which is going, that is the Shivaliks. And if you see towards this lower end of the photograph, there was an earthquake, and that caused a kind of a cut in the Shivaliks. So the Yamuna near Paunta Sahib, which was going straight and joining the Saraswati, as the Drishadvati stream. The Kurukshetra battle is supposed to have been fought between the Saraswati, Drishadvati. Saraswati to the north, Drishadvati to the south. That was the line of the Yamuna. And when this sheer fault took place in the Shivaliks, it got an opening and the Yamuna then turned eastwards and progressively joined the Saraswati. Next, please. Now this you see, this is a representative thing. You see on the extreme right of this, there is the Y3 channel. Next to it is a Y2 channel, and then there is the original Y1 channel or the Saraswati channel. So in 3 shifts, it has gone, and instead of joining the Saraswati, it has gone and joined the Ganga, right? And therefore, whenever you go to the Ganga, and the boatman takes you to Sangam, he says, "Saab, ye hai Ganga, ye alag rang dekh rahe hain, ye hai Yamuna, और Saraswati underground चली गई." So people thought it's just a story, but it is actually gone underground. It's actually gone underground. Next, please. This is that underground channel which, you know, has been mapped out in detail, and lakhs of cubic liters of fresh, sweet water is available in the desert, and they are taking it out by the tube wells now. Next, please. So as I said, more than 60% is an incorrect earlier estimate. Now the estimate is 80% of the Indus Valley sites are on the banks of the Ganga, and therefore the Arabs, the Greeks, the British, they all got it wrong. They all got the name of India wrong because they followed the wrong river. Before they came, the Saraswati had gone, which is the mother of our civilization, which is the cradle of our civilization. Next, please. Once again, I'm showing you this. You see the cluster of settlements along the banks of the Saraswati is so much more dense than the Indus. The Indus is an outlying river. It is not the core of your civilization. It's not the core of your civilization. Therefore, please don't call us India, really. Because we are a Saraswati-based river. Next. This is again another satellite photographs where they have superimposed these settlements, and you see they are not on the Indus River. Next, please. So now let's take a look at the archaeological evidence. One of the doyens of Indian archaeology is Professor Lal. Now, you see, we haven't been able to decipher the Indus Valley script, but we have found a new proto-language. You know what that proto-language is? If you go to the Indus Valley sites, there are a number of terracotta dolls, toys which have been found. And that doll, that toy speaks for itself and tells you the whole story that you want to know. And it is an amazing story. There are toy bullock carts, there are little toys of women. And on those women, on the center of the forehead is a bindi. Look around this hall, most of our girls have the bindi on the center of their forehead. Still, every married woman in the Indian tradition has the vermilion in the center parting of the hair. I will show you those images of those dolls which have these, right? And then of course, okay, let me show these to you. Next, please. Next. Take a look at this. These are the dolls which were recovered from there. And if you see that reddish one, if you see closely, there is the mark of that bindi still there. And there is the mark of the sindoor. And this is about, sir, 5,000 to 6,000 years old. Look at the continuity of the Indian tradition, right? Look at the strength of the Indian tradition. It just carries on. It just carries on. Next, please. You see the bangles on this Harappan doll, and you see the bangles on the right side. These are present day bangles, and that is 5,000 to 6,000 years old. That bangle tradition continues. Next, please. These are statuettes that were found in the postures of yoga. You see the next slide? It's a little more clear. Yeah. You see that, you know, Surya Asan, Surya Namaskar poses, some of them. You see so many of these asanas, the Vajrasana you can see at figure 3. You see Pavan Muktasana and so many of these asanas, Anjali Mudra, it's all being shown here. These are 5,000 years old. Next, please. There are some more of these Harappa, Mohenjo-daro, these postures of yoga in those dolls. Terracotta dolls, they have been found. Next, please. Now, what is this man saying? As per the British, he was half asleep. He's not half asleep, sir. He is meditating. Dhyana. What are the two characteristics of the Rigvedic civilization, of the Indian civilization? Yoga, dhyana. Both these are there. 5,000 years ago, those people who lived along the banks of the Saraswati, those who lived along the banks of the Indus, they were doing meditation, they were doing yoga. And yoga continues till this day. Meditation continues till this day as an essential practice of Hinduism. So to all this fancy theory, Dravidians are separate and North Indians are separate, spare us that crap. DNA mapping shows there is no difference in the genes north and south of the Vindhyas. There is no difference. So don't give us that invented theories to make us divide so that we would fight amongst ourselves and somebody else could rule. Next, please. Here is another picture in the, actually it's, you can call it Sukhasana or Siddhasana, a meditative posture. This is Pashupatinath, surrounded by animals. Next, please. You want any proof of continuity? See the Shivalinga. See the Shivalinga. And you know what are these leaves which you see on the right side? These are people. people was sacred 5,000 years ago, it is sacred today. Next please. Very interesting. Look at this bullock cart. Actually, if you take measurements, the bullock carts that are there in our villages today are almost the same measurements, same ratios. Right? This is a bullock cart toy which has been found in the so-called Indus Valley civilization. Next please. This is the boats, seals of the boat. And that is a boat which is there today, still used in Gujarat. Just see the designs of the boats. The boats that design that was 5,000 years ago on the Indus Valley so-called seal, in the Saraswati Valley seal, is the boat which we still use, that design. Next please. What is this? I ask you. Take a guess. ये क्या है? हम में से जो गांव में गए हैं, schools in the villages, वो फट्टी होता था. उसके ऊपर, used to put chalk and then used to write with some coal or something of the sort. These have been found in the Indus Valley so-called civilization, in the Saraswati Valley civilization. You see the continuity? Next please. These are some of the beautiful pottery which has been made there. And a lot of the designs are what you have today. You may have them in steel, you may have them in aluminium. But the basic designs of the pots, pans, storage, ghadas, everything is the same. Next please. This is a very interesting slide. On the right side top, you see a terracotta doll. And a number of these dolls have been found in Mohenjo-daro, in Harappa, and these places. Now if you see what they have on their heads, they have something like round discs with dots. So they were wondering what these dots are. Till they found, show me the next slide. Next. Next please. Next. Yeah. Take a look at this mushroom. This is called the Amanita muscaria, red mushroom with white dots. Now go back one slide. Go back. Yeah. You see this, the things that she has around her head are the same mushrooms. These were supposed to be psychotropic mushrooms, and Professor Gordon Wasson says this is Soma. This is Soma. So the Soma is a Rig-Vedic concept. And the fact that it was found here, all that theories that, that was not a Vedic civilization, it was anything but a Vedic civilization, I think this doll proves it wrong. Next please. Next. When you see, this is Mohenjo-daro from the top. It almost looks like a chessboard. It almost looks like a chessboard. Chaucer, Shatranj actually has come from there. Next please. This is the drainage system of Mohenjo-daro, right? And I'm afraid it is better than the drainage system of Delhi or Gurgaon or Haryana today, where every year we have floods, on our roads. We have floods on our roads. Next, please. And this is, they said, one of the things that shows that the Indus Valley civilization was not Aryan, was not Indic, that, they had come from, it had no chariots. We found chariots here. तो बोला नहीं साहब इस chariot में तो there are bullocks, there are no horses. Next slide. Now we found the chariots, Bagpat chariot, discovered just 2.5 years back, and announced to the world. You have found the chariot, and you can see the design of that chariot, so-called looking so Greek, is there in the hand of that man. We found the wooden remain. The problem is that in the tropical climate, wood doesn't last long. So it's very rare to find a wood chariot of that era. But here it is. We found the evidence. Hardcore evidence. And we've got hardcore evidence of the skeletons of horses along the Indus Valley civilization now. Next, please. Radiocarbon dating has demonstrated that Bhirana, one of the sites in the Saraswati civilization, is 8,000 years old, the upper levels. And the deeper levels, sir, ladies and gentlemen, are 9,500 years old. The age of the Vedas gets pushed back to almost 10,000 years ago. And that is quite right, because the Vedas are talking of an ice age more or less, which happened 10,000 years ago, the latest ice age, right? And that froze the rivers in the north. The Sapta Sindhava streams were frozen. And therefore we have the myth of Indra fighting with the demon Vritrasur, who had frozen the waters. And then the stream started flowing again and life came back to the plains of India. Next please. Here is Vedhana, 9,500 years old, carbon dated by IIT Kharagpur. They rechecked it with luminescence dating and with fluoride dating. So I'm afraid, Max Muller Sahab can pack up and go back to Germany or wherever he came from. Because we have scientific evidence now. Next please. This falsifies the Aryan invasion theory that the Aryans came in 1500 BC to India and they are Central Asians. Why did the British insist on this theory? Because they had to justify British rule in India. But if they can say, कि साहब आप तो बाहर से हो, तो बोले साहब हम भी चोर, तुम भी चोर. You are also a chor. You are the Aryans who came and looted the Indus Valley civilization. So chor chor musere bhai, as the joke goes. You see, they spread this story, but the pity is, look at our lack of self-confidence. We still carry on with the theory. In the hard sciences, our scientists, our IT professionals, our engineers, our doctors are doing so much better in the United States. 30% of NASA is Indians. 30% of Silicon Valley is Indians, right? But in these soft sciences, we somehow are very beholden because we sold out our entire educational fraternity to the left, to the communists and to some other religion people. Next please. My simple logic. Here is a river which was the mother of the Indian civilization. We know from geological evidence, paleological evidence, satellite evidence that it dried and died out. That desertification took place. The whole of Rajasthan was green. There are seals of rhinos along the Indus Valley, along the Saraswati Valley. Where are rhinos found? Assam, Brahmaputra, dense jungles. Tigers are found where? In the forests, deep forests, tropical forests. All those, we have those on the banks of the Saraswati civilization. So quite obviously, you see, my basic logic is, when a river dries out, where will the people go? They will go out from a river which is drying out. So most of the people of the Saraswati Valley civilization, when the rivers began to dry out, moved east towards Ganga, Yamuna, Doab, and then went further up the valley, right? And those who were on the western banks, they moved via Afghanistan, they moved into Central Asia, they moved into the Middle East. There are tablets that we have which record a treaty which has the Vedic gods as witness. The Vedic gods as witness, right? Vedic gods appear in the treaty signed between the Hittites and the Mitanni. They said, with Indra, Mitra, Varuna, Nasatya as our witness, we signed this treaty. And by the way, all the rivers in Europe, most of them are, derived from the name Danu. The Danavs were pushed out of India, right, by the wars. And their mother was Danu. Now, the rivers of Europe are what? Don, Donetsk, Dnieper, Dniester. These are all the same rivers because they are Indians and they have been pushed out. It's not that people came from outside and civilized India. We went out and we spread our civilization. Next, please. I will end with this slide, my presentation. On the left is a seal from the Indus Valley, Saraswati Valley civilization in the Anjali Mudra, the Namaskar Mudra. This is how you and I greet each other. That dancer is a present day dancer. This is the age, continuity and persistence of the Saraswati Valley civilization. You are Saraswats because your ancestors were born and brought up on the banks of the Saraswati. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to take 1 minute more of yours, with your permission, Ashok, 1 minute more of yours, and I'd like to tell you that it is your and my duty to do our Pitri Rin, or to pay off our Pitri Rin and to pay off our Guru Rin, right? I am, along with my son Aditya, who's here, and my nephew who's here, we are trying to, next slide, there's a blank slide, then just show another slide. Just go next, please. Yeah. There is the Vedic mythology, the story of how Indra destroyed, the Vitrasur, who had frozen our rivers, who had stolen our rivers. All these Vedic legends and mythology is there. We know Ramayana, we know Mahabharata, but how many of our children know the Vedas? You ask any child, Hindu child in a school, which is the Hindu holy book? Gita. I'm sorry, that's not correct. Ye to Upanishad hai, Gita, which is derived from the Vedas. The original Vedas, are 4, but we don't know. So we are trying to restart the Vedic mythology, just like you have anime, the Japanese film now coming up, So we are going to start the Vedic mythology. We will seek your, whosoever wants to assist in this. Next slide, please. Yeah. So we are going to start the Vedic gods, goddesses, the Vedic characters. Do you know that there is a Dasharajan Yuddh in the Vedas? Do you know that there is a Dwadash Rajan Yuddh in the Vedas, as big as the Mahabharata? We don't know about that mythology, so we want to recreate that mythology through documentaries, through films, through comics, and now web series, NFT, metaverse. We will spread this mythology. Anybody who wants to help, most welcome. Next slide. We are Brahma Kshatras. My father's side is Parshuram. My mother's side is Dronachari. That's why you generally mostly see me angry on TV, because that's my gene. That's my gene. But ladies and gentlemen, we need to spread the Kshatra Bhav. We need to become Brahma Kshatras to defend this civilization. 800 years, you've been ruled by one invader after another. And what did we learn from those invasions? They came and they burnt our cities, they destroyed our villages, they broke our temples, they raped our women, carried them off to be sold in the brothels of Gokarna and Samarkand. सोने की चिड़िया, कहाँ गया आपका सोना? लूट के ले गए ये सारा. I think enough. What have we learned from this 800 years? गांधीगिरी, दे दी हमें आजादी बिना खड़क बिना ढाल. Don't insult our dead. Don't insult our dead. We need to get the fighting spirit. What you see is we started a series of war comics on our Paramveer Chakras, Ashok Chakras, Mahavir Chakras, these war comics. Next, you can see Sandeep Unni Krishnan. Here you can see Arun Khetrapal and Bana Singh and Nirmaljit Singh Sekhon. The new mythology of military heroes, Indian heroes, heroes in the here and now. Ye nahi ki they were great Yodhas only when Arjun and Abhimanyu and Bhim were there. We have Yodhas like him now. 13 bullets in his body. Still fighting fit and strong. We need to celebrate the bravery. We need to celebrate the courage and the sacrifice of the armed forces. Get that ethos, get that fighting spirit. If somebody slaps you on one cheek, turn the other cheek. My foot. My foot. We must become Brahma Kshatras. All you Saraswats, you must now promote this culture that तुम आंख उठा के देखो, हम तुम्हारा आंख उखाड़ के बाहर दे. We will do it. We will do it. Next, please. Next. And we've also started, because we found that these were not reaching out enough, the printed comics. So we have digitized, we have created a Shaurya series. You may have seen it on Republic, on our wars after independence and on our Paramveer Chakra winners. We are right now, this is on Kargil, what we did on Tololing, the Battle of Tololing. So 7 of these have come on the Republic channel, they have come on the Times Now, Aaj Tak, and we are going to go more, 10, 15, 20 more, we are going to go into this, so that the fighting spirit in this country needs to be revived. If any one of you can help, last slide please. Next, connect with us, Bharat Patriot Foundation, and help us to promote patriotism, nationalism, sacrifice and courage. Thank you very much. Jai Bharat, Jai Hind. जब हमारा पलटन लड़ाई के लिए जाता था तो हम लोग जोर से गरज के अपना पलटन का जो है युद्ध घोष बोला करते थे। हम देखना चाहते हैं कि हमारे सरस्वत भाई बहनों में कितना जोश है। मेरे साथ बोलें जय हिंद। ये पाकिस्तान नहीं पहुंचा, एक बार फिर जय हिंद। Now it's reached Islamabad. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 5 minutes time for question and answer. Please have a seat, sir.
Any questions? I'd like to take them on.
Just a moment. The mic will be given to you. We have a scope for 3 to 4 questions only. Please raise your hand. We'll give you the mic.
Yeah.
Tell me,
Please.
sir, being a Saraswat, whether our origin is Dravidians or Aryans? Who are we?
Dravidian, I'm sorry, it comes from the construct, if you hear Subramaniam Swami, you know, where the 3 oceans meet, right? The Dravidians and the Aryans are both exactly the same as per their DNA. The DNA mapping has been done, and north and south of the Vindhyas, there is no difference, right? It is just that the Aryans who... Arya is not a race or a tribe. Arya means a gentleman. Arya, आप कहाँ जा रहे हैं? Arya, आप कैसे हैं? Arya means gentleman. Anybody who is good, who follows the Vedas. The first divide was done by a British bishop who tried to give us this pernicious theory of the divide across the Vindhyas. We are the same people. We are the same people. As our languages, as we have pushed out towards Central Asia and Europe, the languages have changed. As we have pushed out south, languages change.
But
That's
we
all
relate,
right.
we relate to more south. Our Shankaracharya, GSB Shankaracharya relate to south, not of the other part of India. So I think we are Dravidians.
Then I'd leave it to you. But what I'm trying to say is, Dravidians are Indians, Aryans are Indians.
These are 2 cultures, different cultures. These are 2 different cultures.
Udiyas are different, they've got a different language. People of MP, people of Gujarat has a different language, but at the end of it, hum sab Bhartiya hain.
Next question.
Hello, sir. Sir, one point.
Yeah.
One submission that you mentioned about, Pindadan, Piyova.
Yeah.
Likewise, there is a place called Kapal Mochan,
Yeah.
where, Shiva came for Brahma Hatya Dosh.
Yes. Yeah.
I believe, sir, Parashuram had gone from Gomantak, because he is supposed to be from Goa area,
Right.
to Kapal Mochan area and did tapas there also.
That's
the
right.
place next to is Jagadri.
Jagadri.
Can you mention something about Jagadri, sir? Because is it the origin of Saraswati river, or is it further away in Himalayas? One question is that. And secondly, so we are behind, like Saraswati disappeared, Saraswat also disappeared. This is the first time I think Confluence like ASCO has done it 2-3 years, 4 years back in Mumbai. So we are getting together now. I think there is a message which is supposed to go to across the world about the Saraswat also, sir.
You are the cradle of not just the Indian civilization. You are the cradle of the global civilization. Everything has come from here. You are the ancestors of almost the whole world. Really, because everything has spread from here outwards. It is not the Euphrates and the Tigris, which is the source of the global civilization. This is about 2 times older. We are older than the Chinese civilization, right? So the fact is, we are the cradle of the globe, the global civilization, the Indian civilization, and it's about time that we came back to our river. The place Jagadri that you are mentioning, once the original Saraswati, actually origination point is in the Mansarovar lake, from where the Satluj comes out, and it was the bulk waters of the Saraswati were from the Satluj and the Yamuna, ice melt water, right? When the Yamuna changed course, joined the Ganga, and then the Satluj changed course, joined the Indus, this became a monsoonal stream, whose origin was then traced to Jagadri. But the origination point is there in Mansarovar lake. And that is why the next time the Chinese feel funny, I'm sure the paras will be at Mansarovar.
Hello, sir.
Next question.
Sir, I would like to...
Just a moment.
I have 2 points, sir.
Please.
One is in 1974, I happened to go to Varanasi, where I met an Israeli who was in search of his ancient roots. So I was sitting at Manikarnika Ghat when he came, and I was the only one who was speaking English there. So he took me along with him to a sadhu who was living about 4 or 5 kilometers from there. And that sadhu told him that the Jews, that the civilization of Israel, which they call Jews, is actually established by Hindu Rishi. And if you see the Star of David, it is akin to
Absolutely.
the Akash Tattva as well as Prithvi Tattva with Bindu inside. That is the first point. Therefore, what you say that the Hindus, Saraswat Brahmins, who migrated from West, went up to Middle East, and this tablet was found in Jerusalem.
Right.
That is the fact. So, if that can be correct. Second is, while I was in the area of Rajasthan, it was 92. I happened to see the ancient maps of that area. In the area of some, you know that particular place area, Jaisalmer and ahead.
Yeah.
There is a long trail of water coming underground.
Absolutely.
And it was then, with the help of ONGC friend, I got it drilled. At 800 meters, the water came out. And it was sweet water.
Absolutely sweet water.
These were the
He is absolutely right. And there is a plan now to link the Rajasthan canal, take out this water, link it, and get the Saraswati on top. They are debating this, because some people feel that if you get it on top, ek to wo ho jayegi dushit jaise Ganga ho gayi.
Yeah, last question from the gentleman there.
And then they it'll evaporate. So take it out from below and green the desert. और जहां तक सवाल है ज्यूज का, चंद्र नाड़ी वाले लोग और सूर्य नाड़ी वाले लोग, ये चंद्रवंशी और यहीं से गए.
Yes.
You are absolutely right.
Yes, sir. Hello, sir. Sir, here.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah. Sir, hello, sir. First of all, thank you to explain about the history, and you told that based on your point, I'm going to add one more point to you.
If you have a question, you can please. Otherwise, you can discuss later.
No, only one point I'd like to add. You told that that historians have changed the thing. So what I would like to say is that rather than invaders, our history is now changed by the historians mostly. If you go to Qutub Minar complex, what they say is it is not the temple that they have destroyed, but they have Indians people have constructed the masjid in the way of temple, because they don't know how to construct a masjid during that time. How they change the, means they don't know how to construct a masjid, so the way they have constructed a masjid in the way of temple, like that they are giving. Because if you go to Kutubuddin complex there, you could see the every evidence of the temple. So this is the way historians change the way of things. What is the way to stop this kind of foolishness people are telling?
Yes, thank you.
That's my question. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, thank you. You see, like the Ram temple, they said it was a mosque. You go down and you find the temple there. Like I said, people have come and destroyed our temples. The lesson that we can't change what happened in the past. We can change what happens now and in the future. No bloody question of another temple being touched. Can't be touched. क्योंकि आप और मैं लड़ेंगे उसके लिए. And we will not kato the charkha. There, we will fight. And as it is, India is becoming a great military power. We have broken Pakistan in two. General Saab or मैं, we are from the generation. I mean, we fought the Bangladesh war. 13 days, Pakistan was broken in two. So don't think of that era where we were, our temples were destroyed and our women were raped. It doesn't happen. The country which tries that will not survive. पाकिस्तान पहली बार में 2 में टूटा, इस बार वो 4 में टूटेगा.
Thank you very much. If you have any questions, you can meet General Bakshi during the tea break, because we have a very limited time. I'm sorry, we are closing this now because there are so many hands coming. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Nitin R. Gokarna. He is an IAS officer. He is the Principal Secretary of UP government. Yes. He is going to talk on the rich heritage of Saraswats, one of the world's oldest civilization.
I would like to I would like to take this opportunity to introduce our next guest speaker, Nitin R. Gokan. Nitin Mam is a 1990 batch IAS officer from Uttar Pradesh cadre, and presently he is the Principal Secretary of Public Works Department of Government of Uttar Pradesh. We welcome you, sir. He is an experienced career bureaucrat and policy practitioner with a demonstrated history of over 3 decades of experience and working in the government, public policy, administration, and industry in both state government of UP and in ministries in government of India. Mr. Nitin sir has worked in the domain areas of urban and rural planning, smart city, automotive sectors, roads and highways, information and public relations, and coffee. Sir, you are one of our shining stars in public administration and done exceedingly well in many interesting as well as positive impact creating assignments in your illustrious career. We are very eager to listen to your thoughts on one of the oldest civilizations of the world, the rich heritage of Saraswats. Thank you.
Hello, am I audible? Yeah. A very good morning, Suprabhatam, everybody. You'll all be wondering what am I doing here in this conference. But it gives me great pleasure to be amongst you and to share some of my own learnings and my own journey as far as what I have done so far in the state of Uttar Pradesh. This heritage of Saraswats, in terms of where we came from, the Saraswati river, General Bakshi just mentioned quite a few of these findings. I'm going to present in just three broad categories. Saraswati, as Saraswats, we are the children of a lost river, as it were. In the medieval period, what happened to us in terms of our linkages with Kashi, the four mutts and how we are linked with Kashi, all the four Chitrapur Mutt, Kavle Mutt, Kashi Mutt and Gokarna Patgali Mutt, how we are linked with Kashi, what happened at that phase, and why Kashi and not any other place. And Sharda, our lost temple. We all are Saraswats. Our Aradhya Devi is supposed to be Saraswati. But our most important temple that we all owe our allegiance to is a lost temple. So ultimately it's a story of a loss, some gain, some loss, again looking at some gain in the future. That's the kind of outline that I'm trying to draw. Well, several references have been made in terms of what river Saraswati was. There are more than 50 references in Rig Veda. And it's not just the Rig Veda, it's the Plaksha Prashravarna, where it gives the origin of each of the rivers that it stood at during the Vedic times. Also in several of these Samhitas, Taittiriya Samhita, Panchaprasa Brahmana, Kaushitike Brahmana, Satapata Brahmana, Aitreya Brahmana, all around the phase, it is supposed to have been written in 2500 to 800 BC. Manu mentions Brahmavarta as the region between Saraswati and Drishtadvati. That is the main area that was the cradle of our civilization. We all are Saraswats, and as far as literature goes, we look at the sage Saraswat, the son of Dadichi, and the famous famine that took place. And all of us Saraswats who went and took learning from him, 60,000 sages that at that time were his disciples. And the hermitage itself, which was called Saraswat Tirth. Possibly a lot of us owe our allegiance to sage Saraswat and the Saraswat Tirth at that time. What is important is this reference to Saraswati exists as far back as 640 AD. Bana, who wrote Harsha Charita, he mentions Prabhakar Vardhana's funeral, that is Harsha's father's funeral, that took place at a place called Sthaneshwar, a modern day Thaneshwar. And he mentions how that funeral took place, and after the funeral, Harshavardhan coming out of a bath from the river Saraswati, opening up his mat in terms of the hair lock and walking without washing his hair. That's the kind of description that happens in this particular book, which gives a record as to till when Saraswati actually existed in our granthas. Of course, I won't dwell much about this. General Bakshi has dealt with Saraswati and where these rivers, where it originates from, etc. Again, this debate as to whether Saraswati Valley or Indus Valley civilization and the kind of things that already has been dealt with. I'll just come to this particular one. Ilavartate Vara. This is possibly the oldest deciphered writing as far as Harvard is concerned. And Ilavarth is the region in Saraswati that looks at the oldest writing as far as Harvard has mentioned on the pottery inscription. A lot of pottery inscriptions, as was mentioned in the earlier session, have been taken up for deciphering, but this is the one which has been deciphered already. Let's look at Kashi. Why Kashi? Possibly the only place where the Ganga is Uttar Vahini with an Ardha Chandrakar shape. Uttar Vahini is very difficult because most rivers in India either flow towards the east or to the west or to the south, but not to the north. And Ardha Chandrakar shape, which is like the Jata of Lord Shiva, the moon crescent in the Jata of Lord Shiva. This is how satellite imagery looks at how Kashi is. Let's find out what the foreigner looks like as far as Kashi is concerned. M.A. Schering was sent here on an assignment in the mid-19th century to convert Kashi scholars into Christianity. This is what he writes. 25 centuries ago at the least, it was famous. When Babylon was struggling with Nineveh for supremacy, when Tyre was planting her colonies, when Athens was growing her strength, before Rome had been known or Greece had contended with Persia or Cyrus had added luster to the Persian monarchy of Nebuchadnezzar had captured Jerusalem, and the inhabitants of Judea captured into captivity, she had already risen to greatness, if not glory. Why is it that Lord Buddha chose Sarnath as his place of sermon in the 6th century BC? He could have chosen any place in the entire country. Because by 6th century BC, Kashi was already known as a major center of pilgrimage and of learning. That is the kind of importance that Kashi had that long back. Let's have a look at what is Kashi's sacred mandala. Ganga, as we call it, is a Purna Tirtha. Here it is Uttar Vahini in Ardha Chandrakar with 330 million Hindu gods all residing here within the sacred portents of Kashi. Kashi is holy trident of Lord Shiva. As they say, Shiva ke Trishul par Kashi basta hai. It is not part of the earth. And the three tridents, the middle one is Lord Vishwanath, the northern one is Omkareshwar, and the southern one is Kedareshwar. When you have your pujas, every place is having a specific reference as to when and where you are in the place of time. For Kashi, when you take Sankalpa, it is Avimukta Varanasi Chetre Anandvane Mahasmashane Gauri Mukhe Trikantaka Virajite. I am not dwelling into each of these concepts, but this is the importance of what Kashi is, and that even at the time of Pralaya, it is said that the gods spare Kashi. Lord Shiva resides amongst all the 12 Jyotirlingas. It's the only place where Shiva resides with his entire parivar. Rest everywhere, Shiva is alone in all the Jyotirlingas, except in Kashi, where he resides with his parivar. And it's the 7-kilometer waterfront between the Varuna and the sea which comprises what Kashi is. Kashi comes from Kashya, or the light. Why does it come from light? Because the river is such that when the sun rises from the east, it not only gives its own light, but it also gives the reflected light of the Ganga. So the luminescence of Kashi is much more than what you see in any other place. That is why it shines. That is the reason why it's called Kashi. It's the mandala or the sacred microcosm of the entire universe, with 5 panchakos or 10 miles, with all grandest of deities along its periphery and inside it. Within the outermost circle is the concentric circles. There are 7 of them, and Lord Vishwanath temple is the innermost sanctum sanctorum. It is actually a Sapta Avartana with 8 directions, making it 56. And all gods, all tirthas are represented within Kashi's sacred space. There are 108 temples on the Panchakos with all ganas of Lord Shiva, the Lord Brahma's Dashashwamedh Ghat, 45 Vishnu Pitas, 64 Yoginis, 72 Devi Pits, Navadurga, Navachandi, Navashakti, Navagauri, Saptamatrika, Lakshmi, Devi, Annapurna, Shitala, all of them have a space, and that is a specific location that each of them have. And there's a specific order in which you have to go in order to visit these particular places. This represents the microcosm of the Kashi Panchakos Mandala in terms of how it is represented, how each of these deities are there. And in the center is the Lord Vishwanath temple. That is the most important part. That's the center of the entire Kashi Panchakos. If you look at the figure on the right, it gives you the Kashi Mandala in terms of the Chappan Vinayak and the 3 khandas that I just mentioned. What is important is that it is almost like a serpentine. As you go closer to the center, the circle kind of narrows down and goes right into the Vishwanath temple. Why I am saying Vishwanath temple is because that's the presiding deity of Kashi, as all of us know. It is the most important place is Mahasmashane, as they call Manikarnika Ghat. It is the only continuous burning ghat that you find in Indian civilization, which has seen funeral pyres being burnt right from the dawn of civilization. But the water of the Manikarnika Tirth is not from the Ganga. It's called as the Chakra Pushkarni Tirth, which means that it is from the discus of Lord Vishnu. And it was supposed to be present at this place before the advent of river Ganga. And its water source is therefore independent of what the Ganga is. North of the Kund is a shrine which is dedicated to Lord Vishnu. The whole story goes that Lord Vishnu enabled the advent of Lord Shiva and his parivar into Kashi. And as a boon that was given by Lord Shiva to Lord Vishnu in terms of what he would like, Lord Vishnu mentioned that he would like to be forever in the company of Lord Shiva. So there is no difference as such between Shaivas and Vaishnavas. And this is celebrated at Manikarnika at the Vishnupada shrine, which is right at the center of Manikarnika, which all of us, whenever we go to Manikarnika, should visit. That's where the place represents. Tarakeshwar is the place where the Taraka mantra is said into the ears of the departed soul when the funeral pyres are being lit. This is the Vishnupad, the holiest shrine in the middle of Manikarnika. This represents the entire shrine, as it were, when there was an eclipse several hundred years ago. Why Panchaganga Ghat? Panchaganga is the Sangam of Ganga, Yamuna, Saraswati, also Kirana and Dhutpapa. Kirana is the warm current and Dhutpapa is the cold current which comes, and the 5 streams meet at Panchaganga Ghat. This is famous for what used to be the Bindu Madhav temple, the biggest temple that was there in the medieval period of Lord Vishnu. It is comparable to the Tirupati of the south. The Bindu Madhav temple, those of us who have gone and seen in Kashi, is the most important Vishnu temple of Kashi. And the Kartik Purnima or Dev Deepavali actually starts from here after a dip at Panchaganga by Raja Banaras. The Saraswat Mats, that is the Kavle Mat, the Kashi Mat and the Gokarna Patgali Mat are over here, of about 450 years old. This represents the painting of Bindu Madhav. Unfortunately, there's a Aurangzeb built a mosque there. The minarets are there, but right below, you can still see how Kashi Mat looked like. Those of us who've been at Kashi Mat, how Kashi Mat looked like in 1800s. Kavale Mat, the Swami Vivarananda Swami Saraswati, along with Adi Shankaracharya, as we know, was a disciple of Lord Bhagavad Pad, who in turn was a disciple of Gaudapadacharya. He was given Diksha with Adi Shankaracharya, who founded the Kaivalya Mat Samsthan, which is having Lord Bhavani Shankar as the Aradhya Dev. 1560 is when the Portuguese Inquisition happened in Goa. With the destruction at Kaivalya Mat Samsthan at Goa, troubles began because the Swamijis then had to leave Goa. 3 of them went to Ratnagiri and at Chindar. But the 61st Guru went to Kashi and had Samadhi there. 61st and the 62nd Guru had Samadhi at Kashi. The 63rd Guru, Swami Sachidanand Saraswati, was given Diksha at Kashi. And he came back to Kavle and Ponda and formed the Kavle Mat Sansthanam at that point in time. The Gokarna Parthagali Mat, Ramchandra Tirth Mat, Swamiji of Udupi Palimar Mat initiated Swami Narayan Tirth, who established a Mat at Bhatkal. Swami Purushottam Tirth shifted to Gokarna and later to Parthagali Konkan. The Mat here is 350 years old. It has got a deep stham which resembles the Goa deep stham. This is the Gokarna Parthagali Mat at Panchaganga Ghat in Kashi. This is again 350-year-old. The Kashi Mat, 1539-1542 is when it was started with Vyas Raghupati Narasimha as the worship deities, all of us know. But there are several Swamijis who attained Samadhi at Kashi. And their Samadhis still continue. Upendra Tirth Swamiji, the 3rd Swamiji, Raghavendra Tirth Swamiji, the 5th Swamiji, Vishnu Tirth Swamiji, the 13th Swamiji attained Jal Samadhi there. Upendra Tirth Swamiji, the 10th Swamiji attained Samadhi there. This is how it used to look and in the 1870s, and this is how it looks now. Our Chitrapur Mat also has links with Kashi through our first Swamiji, Swami Parignanashram Swamiji, who came from there, and also our other Swamijis, including the current His Holiness Sadhyoja Shankarashram Swamiji, who have spent considerable amounts of time in Kashi. The first document of our Mat comes in a 1720 document which says that Kashinda Gokarnake Shri Parignanashram Shripadangalvaru Terali Bandha Sambandha. Now this is our Guru Parampara Charitra which has been written, and it shows how there are links between Gokarna and with Kashi. Somebody mentioned that whether we are Saraswats, we are Dravidians, or whether we are Aryans. Let us look at what our books say. The Sahyadri Khand. The Sahyadri Khand mentions that all our main deities, whether it is Mangesh, Shanta Durga, Nagesh, Mahalakshmi, Malsa, they all came from Trihotra. Where is Trihotra? Tirhut. And where is Tirhut? It used to be part of Magad. Magad is in Bihar, almost bordering Nepal on one side. From there we are supposed to have come to Goa, where our current Mangeshi Devasthan also exists. I tried to, when I worked extensively in Kashi, so I worked in 3 tenures in Kashi. first in 2005 as district magistrate, then in 2007 as divisional commissioner of Kashi, and again in 2015 onwards. So it was a personal journey of mine to find out and locate where this old Bhavani Shankar temple was. Because Bhavani Shankar as an Aradhya Devat is the Aradhya Devat of the oldest Saraswat Mutt that we have, Kavle Mutt or Kaivalya Mutt. And also our Aradhya Devat, because the Chitrapur Saraswat Swamiji the first, he brought a Bhavani Shankar idol from Kashi, which still exists at Gokarna in Bandikeri Mutt in Gokarna. So there must have been something in Kashi, which today we don't know, pertaining to Bhavani Shankar. So this, I wrote a small article which has been published in the Canara Saraswati in 2009, wherein I tried to locate where exactly the spot was, and this is the spot where it is currently today. This Devi there represents Bhavani Tirth. This is next to Annapurna Devi temple. Some of you who have gone there would have seen where Kashi Vishwanathji is. Annapurna is the main deity in terms of Kashi Puradhishwari, she is called. And that is where her temple is located. And this is the depiction of Lord Bhavani Shankar in the 108 Panchkosi temples of medieval Kashi, which depict each of the gods that existed. Now, mind you, all these temples were destroyed. There is not a single temple of that medieval period which exists today. It's only this depiction which indicates that there would have been idols which showed their presence. Bhavani Shankar temple does not exist today, but this is what is the remnant of what used to be. So both of these mutts have the same Bhavani Shankar idol, which has a place in Kashi as well. Therefore, we look at Kashi, it's the light that shines. The light truly illuminates everything. Whoever knows that light truly reaches Kashi. This is Adi Shankara in his 5 verses on Kashi, that when he stayed in Kashi and he understood what Kashi was, that he wrote in Panchakshar. This is the evening Aarti that all of us have seen on TV, some of us have experienced. Well, this photograph, have a look very closely. This was not possible before April 2008. This photo could not have been taken before April 2008 because the Vishwanath temple that was built in 1780 by Maharani Ahilyabai Holkar, just 1.5 feet from its main Garbhagriha was a 2-floor structure, a wall, which obstructed its eastern part. The temple or Tadakeshwar temple from which this photograph has been taken also did not exist in this form. Between 2007 2008, during the period that I was the chairman of the temple trust, the first expansion of this temple took place. The Tadakeshwar temple was reconstructed and the wall that separated these two was removed and the entire complex was expanded. So this picture actually doesn't tell you the story, but there is a story behind this picture that I wanted all Saraswats to know. This is how the temple looked like and still looks like on the eastern side before the Kashi Vishwanath Dham temple got expanded recently in the last 3 years. This is a book that I got translated called Kashi Sarva Prakashika. In the 1500s, 1600s, there's a big scholar in Kashi called Narayan Bhatt. How many of you have known Narayan Bhatt as a scholar? Anybody knows who Narayan Bhatt was? Nobody knows. That is the tragedy of our culture. Do you know that Narayan Bhatt and Raja Todarmal, they built the then temple of Sri Kashi Vishwanath during Emperor Akbar's time, which lasted for 90 years? Nobody knows. So that's our lost culture. And he was such a great scholar, Narayan Bhatt, that he wrote 26 books in Sanskrit across various fields. One of his books was called Tristali Setu, which describes Prayag, Kashi and Gaya till the 15th, 16th century, all the Puranas, all the writings, all the Mahatmya of these places, everything is comprised in Sanskrit. I took out the Kashi part of it because this script is itself not available. I took out the Kashi part of it, got it translated into Hindi, and this book was released by the then Governor Ram Nayak in Jangambadi Mutt, which is a 1200-year-old mutt located in Kashi, which is the only structure which has remained in Kashi for the last 1200 years. That is the importance of this place. Why I am saying Narayan Bhatt? How many of you have heard Gaga Bhatt? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, good, good. Important because today is 1st May. It's Maharashtra Divas. And Maharashtra Divas, everybody knows Chhatrapati Shivaji. How many of you know who coronated Chhatrapati Shivaji? Gaga Bhatt. And Gaga Bhatt's grandfather was Narayan Bhatt. The entire Bhatt tradition of Kashi, the entire Saraswat learning of Kashi starts from Narayan Bhatt, who comes from Paithan. For 5 generations, they wrote treatises on Kashi. In fact, Emperor Akbar gave Narayan Bhatt the title of Jagat Guru. I was reading somewhere yesterday, a small book called Kashi or Uski Saraswat Itihas. A very small book published by Bihar Rajbhasha Parishad, about 100-year-old book. In that it is mentioned that he was at that time called Jagat Guru, and his vivechanas were made in such a way that everybody across the country, all Sanskrit scholars across the country agreed on what he said. So that was the kind of person that Narayan Bhatt was, forgotten to all of us. We don't know who he was. This is the first proposal that we placed when the current government came in 2017. April 2017 was the first time officially a proposal was placed for the Kashi Vishwanath Dham. Of course, conceptually there was a lot of work that had already happened, a lot of expansion had already taken place, but expansion in a specific structured format was done through this presentation, where we had looked at how Ganga can be connected to the Vishwanath temple. Why Bhaja Vishwanatham? Bhaja Vishwanatham comes from Vishwanath Ashtakam Shloka. Some of us would know the Vishwanath Ashtakam Shloka. Ganga Taranga Ramaniya Jatakalapam Gauri Nirantar Vibhushita Vama Bhagam Narayana Priyamadanga Madapaharam Varanasi Purapatem Bhaja Vishwanatham. That is the importance that both Ganga and Lord Shiva have for each other. And there is this difference that was there in terms of the distance between the Ganga and the temple. The temple was so narrow that you could not have many pilgrims come and do sadhana there. The idea was, how do we expand it so that 10 lakh pilgrims can visit the temple at one go? And this plan we are actually very fortunate to have experienced this during our lifetimes. Because you would know that the current structure is the 4th known structure of the Kashi Vishwanath temple. For the first known structure was gone, the second known structure was built way back in 1194. Third known structure I just mentioned, Narayan Bhatt. This is the 4th known structure. For several centuries, this temple did not have any existence, but it was only people who went there. As they say, oral traditions, what the previous speaker just mentioned. They would go there, they would remember that there used to be a temple there, and they would do the puja but come back without having any darshan of any kind. In 1,000 years, this is for the first time in our lifetime that we have seen the expansion of the Kashi Vishwanath Parisar, that we should all be grateful. We should all be grateful to the government that this has happened in our lifetime. This is a very significant achievement that all of us should be very proud of as Saraswats as well. This is at the proposal stage in terms of how the concept master plan was. And this is how the design was when the architect had given his conceptual plans. This is the Kashi Vishwanath Dham today. All of us have seen the Honorable Prime Minister. You can still see the Tadakeshwar temple and its mandap. towards the right, what was built in 2007-8, continuing there. This is from the other side, towards the view is towards the Ghat. Now I come to the lost temple, Sharda. What are the references to Sharda temple in Kashmir? Kalhana in the 12th century says Kashmir as the land beloved of Sharda and Saraswati. Sharda Pit and Sharda Mandali. It existed. The top right corner of the black and white photograph that you see is the last known black and white photo of this temple of Sharda. Al-Biruni in the 11th century mentions that it is between Gilgit and Ladakh. Sharda worship in the 11th century by King Jaisimha of Gujarat becomes common and known across between Kashmir to Gujarat, the entire northern part. And that is where our Saraswati river went across. If you saw how the course of the river goes, it flows and comes down right up to Gujarat. So Saraswati or Sharda worship was common then. Joan Raja's chronicle mentions that Sultan Zainul Abidin, he slept in the temple's premises. It is called Sharda Kshetra Prasada Sthana Nilopari, overnight. And there is a lot of description as to how he felt sitting in there. I'm not going to describe all that. But this is how it was in terms of how the Sharda temple felt as far as the Sultan was concerned. Abul Fazl noticed that the site of the temple and worship of Sharda happened every Ashtami. That is why possibly we call her as an avatar of Durga, because Durga is worshipped at Ashtami. And possibly our origins to Shanta Durga, as we say, comes from that time. Sir Marcus Aurelius Time is a very well-known archaeologist who has done a lot of work on the Silk Route. And he's located this temple at the confluence of the Kishanganga and the Madhumati. Some photographs of this temple that existed in 1870, Samuel Bourne. This is the entrance to the Sharda temple that was there. This is how the Sharda Sarvagya Peeth used to be in 1870. But this is how it is today. In ruins, in the Neelam Valley in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. As bhanaps are daily prayers, both my mother and my grandmother used to teach us when we were kids. Namastestu Sharda Devi Kashmira Purvasini. Tvamaham prarthaye nityam vidyadanam cha dehime. I pray to her that as Saraswats, we see again the Udbhav of Saraswati, Saraswat civilization. We again reclaim our past glory and heritage. And again, that this temple also comes up so that it inspires us in our daily activities and gives us the knowledge and her blessings and a divine gratitude for our prosperity and well-being and for the prosperity of the Bharatvarsh. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you very much. Since we are running short of time, we will not have any question and answer session now. Thank you very much. One point I want to mention, many of you are not aware, Nitin Gokarna is the man behind Kashi Vishwanath renovation project. And we are proud that he is our Saraswat brother and he has the blessings of Bhavani Shankar because he could do that on time. Thank you very much. We'll break for tea now. My humble request is you have to come back by 15 minutes. Next presentation will be Shefali Vaidya ji's wonderful presentation will be there. You have to come back within 15 minutes without any reminders. Thank you.
Award-winning author, newspaper columnist, historian, and a social media influencer. She is followed by close to 1 million people on social media and is a familiar face on TV debates. Shefali is an expert on Indian handlooms and is a member of the Government of India appointed Committee for Handloom Textiles. She has worked with both traditional and new media and has been involved in television programming and content management for websites and writing for magazines and newspaper for over 20 years. She is associated as an editorial consultant with a Pune-based digital media outfit, Media Vidya. Shefali writes extensively on travel, history, parenting, temple architecture, Indian textiles, as well as on dharma and politics. She has her own bilingual vlog, Chef's Special, in Marathi and English. Shefali's talk on Goan Inquisition has clocked more than 1 million views. Shefali holds a master's degree in mass communications from the University of Pune, an advanced postgraduate diploma in Spanish language, and a postgraduate diploma in Indology. Shefali is an Ananta Leadership Fellow. Shefali is currently writing a book in English on Goan history under the Portuguese rule. Her book on temple architecture in Marathi was released very recently in February 2022. Originally from Goa, she currently lives in the green city of Pune with her family. Let's hear it for Shefali ma'am as she is going to talk on Saraswati heritage, temples, the repositories of art and culture.
Hello. Namaste everybody. I hope you had a good break. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. म्हाका खूब बरें दिसता आज ह्या कन्वेन्शनाक हांव येवन गोंयच्या मंदिराचेर उलयतां. ताचे पयलीं इंग्लिशान उलयतलें कित्याक भायर कोंकणी न समजतले लोक आसात. बट बिफोर आय मूव ऑन टू माय प्रेजेंटेशन आय वॉन्ट टू आस्क ऑल ऑफ यू अ क्वेश्चन. How many of you go to Goa every year to pray at your Kuladevata temples? Good to see so many hands up. Have you ever wondered why the temples of Goa look different than the temples that you see in the rest of India? For example, in this slide you see that on the left you have the Brigadishwara temple, which is a great example of Dravida architecture. And on the right side, you have the temple at Khajuraho, Lakshmana temple, which is a great example of the Nagara style of architecture. We know that in Hindu architecture, in Hindu temple architecture, these are the two broad styles. Temples by and large to the south of the Vindhyas are in the Dravida style, and temples to the north of the Vindhyas by and large, of course there are exceptions, are in the Nagara style. But why are temples in Goa different? Why do they not have shikharas? Why do they have domes? Why do they have this peculiar deepmal? And most importantly, you must have seen that almost all the big temples in Goa are within a few kilometers of each other in Ponda district. Ever wondered why that is? I'll tell you why. Can anyone tell me which is this temple? This is Sri Shantadurga of Kaule. But she was not always at Kaule. She was in Salset earlier, and the temple had to be shifted when the Murti was shifted and the original temple was destroyed. So let me start at the beginning, which is always a good point to start. Let me start with the history of Goa. Sahyadri Khanda of Skanda Purana says that Lord Parshuram shot 7 arrows in the Arabian Sea and reclaimed land which was known as the Sapta Konkans, which starts from say Thane, that's the Mumbai coast, and goes all the way down to Kerala. Geological evidence corroborates that a seismic event did result in the elevation of the western coast some 10 to 12,000 years ago. This landmass is known as the Sri Parashurama Kshetra even today. Only 2 days ago, I was actually in Thiruvananthapuram, which was the extreme tip of the Parashurama Kshetra, and I went to Goa before that, which is also a part of Parashurama Kshetra. Goa was one of the Sapta Konkans. It was known as Goa Rashtra or Aparanta. And the exact place where in Goa Sri Parshuram's arrow fell was a village known as Banavli. Names tell stories even today. When not many temples exist, when not many architectural remains exist, the names of the place tells its own story because it is oral history, it is continued through ages. So Banavali is a coastal village. It's called Banavali because Sri Parshuram shot an arrow into the sea and the sea receded. There was a Katyayani Baneshwara temple which was destroyed when all the other temples in Salsett were destroyed by the Portuguese, and the Murti was taken to Avursa in Karnataka where it stands even today. So now we come to the history of Saraswats in Goa. General Bakshi has talked a lot about general history of Saraswat. That way we are all Saraswats. It's not a caste. Every person standing in this land called Bharata today is actually a Saraswat because we are all children of Saraswati. And Nitin Gokarna sir had talked about how our community came from Trihotra to Goa. So I'd like to elaborate a bit on this. So Sri Parshurama performed a yajna at Harmal and donated the land to sage Kashyapa. Even today in Harmal, Arambol it's called in Portuguesized Konkani, there is a hill there which is known as Bhasmacho Dongar, meaning it is a hill that was created out of the ashes of that yajna. And then sage Kashyapa, with directions from Sri Parshurama, invited 96 Saraswat families for Paurohitya of that yajna from Trihotra. Once the yajna was over, they settled in 2 places in Goa. 30 families settled in a place called Tiswadi. That is why it's called Tiswadi, 30 families home. And 66 families settled in Sahasashti. Again, the name means 66. Salsett, as it is known today, that is the coastal district of Goa. And they are the ancestors of almost everyone here today. Goa is known historically as Gorashtra, Gomanchala, Aparanta and Gomanta. The Go part in this is actually because of cows. It was such a fertile land that it was blessed with good Godhan. That's why Gomanta, Govapuri, Gopika Pattanam, Gorashtra, all of them have the prefix Go to it. So here is the known timeline of Goa history. Goa, as we know today, the geographical area, has been a part of larger empires through time, and at different times, different dynasties have ruled over Goa. So in 3rd, 4th century CE, the Bhojas ruled over Goa. Then it was the Mauryas. Then it was the Chalukyas of Badami. Then it was the Shilaharas. And during the 9th to 13th century CE, Kadambas ruled over Goa. That is known as the golden time of Goa because the Kadambas ruled from Goa. Their capital was a place called Chandrapur, which is known as Chandor today. After that, in 13th to mid-14th century, Goa fell under the Islamic rule of the Delhi Sultanate as well as the Honawar Sultanate. But after that, again, and that was the first time, 13th to mid-14th century, when the Hindus of Goa were persecuted. The Portuguese were not the first people to persecute the Hindus of Goa. It's very important to know that. They were the last people. But the first people to do that were the Islamic rulers in the 13th to mid-14th century. But soon after that, Vijayanagar Empire, which was very powerful in Karnataka, in Hampi, they took over Goa. And Madhav Mantri, who was the minister in the Vijayanagar court, he actually rebuilt some of the temples that were destroyed by the Islamic Sultanate. But unfortunately, after the fall of the Vijayanagar Empire, in the 15th to 16th century CE, the Bahamanis, sultans of Bijapur, ruled Goa, and a Sardar of theirs called Adil Khan was the captain of Goa. Again, the Hindus started feeling the persecution. Again, the Hindus could not practice their religion in peace. Again, their temples were getting destroyed. So they wanted somebody to come and save them. And that somebody, unfortunately, turned out to be much, much worse than the Bahamanis. They were the Portuguese. Not many people know that the Portuguese were the first colonial power to arrive in India, first white European colonial power to arrive in India in 1510. And they were the last to leave in 1961. That's 452 years of colonial rule, which is a huge time for a culture to be obliterated completely. And they tried very, very, very hard to do that. I have a talk on the Goan history and Goa Inquisition, which is on YouTube. This is not the forum for it, but if you're interested in what the Portuguese did to Goa, you should listen to that talk. After this, around the 17th century CE, Marathas took over some parts of Goa, and in 17th century CE, Adil Shah still regained control over some parts of Goa. So only in the 18th century that the Portuguese took over the whole of Goa as we know today. So that is why Goa is divided into two parts. One is the old conquistas and one is the new conquistas. The old conquistas are the regions where the Portuguese have been in rule for over 400 years, and that is where the maximum destruction of temples took place. Even today, in many of the coastal villages in Goa, over 90% of the population is Christian and less than 10% is Hindu, because those were the villages where the conversion was almost 100% complete. So what was there in Goa? Were there any temples in Goa before the Portuguese? It's a question I'm asked often when I give talks. So yes, there have been pre-Portuguese temples in Goa, starting with rock-cut caves, laterite hillocks. Goa is full of laterite stone. So laterite hillocks were carved out to form cave temples, both by Buddhists during the Mauryan era as well as by Hindus. So rock-cut caves in Goa, they are in many places. They date back to the 4th century CE through the 12th century CE. There are single-celled caves in Konsua and Netravali, mostly used by sadhus and rishis for meditation. And there are multi-celled caves where regular ritual worship used to take place in Khandepar, Harvale and Rivna. The caves in Harvale, you can see the photograph here, they have 5 Shivlingas in different shapes. They established in them for Panchalinga worship. That tells us, and this is around 4th century CE, that tells us that Shiva worship was very popular in Goa around that time. These are the 5 lingas in the Haravale caves, and you can clearly see that the shapes of each one of them are different. And some of them have got inscriptions in Brahmi. So now we come to the one and only temple in Goa that survived intact with no damage. Which is the temple? This is the temple of Shiva, which dates back to the Kadamba period, that is 12th century CE, and it exists in a place called Tamdi Surla, which is at the base of Western Ghats. How many of you have been to this temple? Please raise your hands. Not many. Those who haven't, please make it a point to see this temple. It's built in black basalt stone. It's the only fully stone-built temple in Goa. The architecture of this temple is a combination of Yadava-era Hemadpanthi architecture with some Chalukyan influences. It is the only pre-Portuguese era temple to survive intact because of its remote location. It consists of a Garbhagriha. You can see it better here. It has an Antarala. It has an open Nandi Mandapa. And it has a Pradakshinapath outside. So it's a Nirandhar temple. And as you can see, the Shekhara is of Vesar style. And you can see the tiered Shekhara with murtis in the Devakoshtas. This is the only temple in Goa that has survived since the 12th century. Next we come to another pre-Portuguese, another Kadamba era temple. This again, I'm 100% sure. Has anybody been to this temple in Kurudi? Oh wow, I'm actually impressed. Because usually even Goans don't know about this temple. So this is a Mahadev temple. It was built by the Kadambas again in the 10th century. It was built out of laterite. And while the main temple is built out of laterite, The columns and the beams are made from the basalt stone. It is a very simple structure. The shikhara has fallen down. It only has a garbhagriha and a mukhamandapa. And the temple was actually going to be submerged under the Salavli Dam, and it was transplanted to the current location and rebuilt stone by stone. Next we come to Saptakoteshwara temple Opa, which has since then been renovated. This is also a fully laterite temple on the banks of the Khandepar river. It has a 3-tiered shikhara with a kalasha in the shape of a bud. It's crowned with a dome which has 2 laterite nandis on each of the cardinal corners. It was built by the Kadambas, but it was renovated during the Vijayanagar Empire, is what historian Mr. Mitra Gotri says. And Saptakoteshwara is especially important because Saptakoteshwara was the family deity of the Kadambas. So now we come to temple destruction. What did the Portuguese do to the temples of Goa? As I said earlier, Goa suffered to 2 phases of temple destruction. First under the Islamic rule in the 13th and 14th century, and then under the Portuguese rule in the 15th century from 1540 onwards. The Saptakoteshwara temple, which was originally on Deepavati Island, which is today known as Diwar, was destroyed twice. First time by the Islamists and second time by the Portuguese. When it was destroyed for the first time, Madhav Mantri rebuilt it of the Vijayanagar Empire. But it was razed to the ground by Portuguese again, and all its property was confiscated, and a church was built at the island of Diwar where it still stands today. And the lingam was actually taken out from the temple and it was put at the foot of a well, so that the people who were converted to Christianity could actually step on it while they're drawing water on the hill. This was done deliberately to tell the Hindus of Goa, or to tell the neo-converts, that you don't have to respect your previous gods, to break any kind of relationship they would have had with the Murti. But a person from Bicholim got a dream saying that Saptakoteshwar wants to be rescued, and he rescued the linga in the middle of the night and he took it to Narve, which at that point of time was a very forested area. And when Shivaji Maharaj almost reached the borders of Goa, and when he came to know about this, he laid the foundation stone of this temple that you see now. This is the Saptakoteshwara temple at Narve, and there is a Shilalekh in the temple which mentions that Shivaji Maharaj did the Bhumi Pujan of this temple. So continuing with the temple destruction. Under the brutal Portuguese rule, 900 temples were destroyed in the 16th century alone in just 3 districts, Bardes, Salsette, Tiswadi. Because at that point of time, these were the only 3 districts under Portuguese rule. Edict of 1540 gave sweeping powers to the Portuguese to destroy all Hindu temples, and Hindus were legally forbidden to rebuild temples. So the Portuguese would come and destroy the temples. The Hindus did not even have the power to rebuild them. By 1600, most Hindus who did not want to convert were expelled from Goa or had immigrated. That includes probably the ancestors of, I would say, about 70 to 80% of the people who are present in this hall. They carried small murtis of their gods and they built new temples for them wherever they settled down. The Mahalsa temple at Kumta, which you can see here, the temples of Basrur, the temples of Kerala, they all belong to this period. So again we come to temple destruction. When the Portuguese took over Salsette, that is where the temple of Santa Durga was there, that is where the temple of Mangesh was there, that is where the temple of Ramnath was there, that is where the temple of Narsimha was there. These were all village temples which were brought by the Saraswats with them, and they worshipped them as the Grama Devatas and Kula Devatas. At Rashol Seminary and Rashol Fort, there was a fanatical man called Captain Diego Rodriguez who took great pleasure in destroying temples. He destroyed my village. My current village, Kunkolim, he razed it to the ground basically, not just once but twice. In 1 year, he destroyed over 100 temples in Salsette. Father Luis Gomes, one of the Jesuit missionaries, was tasked with the job of doing a recce of the Mahalsa temple, which was one of the biggest and richest temples in that part of Salsette, because it was a temple of 2 villages, Nagawa and Verna. Verna happens to be my original ancestral village. So when this Father Luis Gomes, he actually went to see the temple, he was blown over by the beauty of the structure. It was a big temple with amazing woodwork and laterite stones. And he admits that he has never seen such a beautiful temple, even in Portugal. And he suggested that throw out the murti, but use the structure for a church. Just be like they did it in Qutub Minar complex, you know. Keep the building, just remove the murti and make a church there. But Diego Fernandez didn't agree. Diego Rodriguez didn't agree, and he razed to the temple in ground. The main murti in the Sanctum Sanctorum was destroyed, but other murtis were taken out to Mardol, where the temple of Sri Mahalsa Narayani, who is my Kuladevata, stands still today. Recently, very recently, till a few years ago, a new temple was built at the original site in Verna, where the original temple used to be. Luckily, they didn't build a church there, so that's why it could be reclaimed and a new temple could be built. The photograph that you see on the right is actually a very sad, poignant photograph, because the laterite stones that you see here are the only remnants of the original temple of Sri Shanta Durga of Shankwale. That site still exists. It's a very sad site. If you go there in the evening, you see a massive banyan tree which is probably 400 years old, which probably existed when the temple was broken, and you see these stones. And you see nothing else but a small makeshift structure. This is the structure. This is the original site of the Sri Shanta Durga temple, where the temples used to stand. This is the new temple of Sri Mahalsa Narayani, which was rebuilt at Verna, the original site. So now we come to after destruction. Obviously, reconstruction has to happen, because that is our history. They come and destroy, we construct. They destroy, we construct. So this is how we constructed. We meaning the Hindus of Goa. Hindus saved as many murtis as they could, and they transported them across the rivers. Because at that point of time, Portuguese rule was concentrated only on one side of the Mandovi and Zuari rivers. And if you cross the rivers to the other side, the territory either belonged to the Hindu kings of Saudi or they belonged to Adil Khan. So many of these murtis were shifted to the other side, to Antruz Mahal. And mind you, this is not today where you can just put the murtis in a big truck and you can just zoop, zip, zap, zoom and reach there in half an hour. These had to be taken manually. The murtis had certain protocol to be followed. You could not travel at night. You had to stop. You had to offer the murti Shodashopachara, because the murtis were in worship. So you had to do all that, and you had to take those murtis to those places. So the journey took like a week or 10 days at least. And there was this constant fear that if the Portuguese come to know that the murti is being taken, that they will destroy the party and they will destroy the murtis. It's a lot of sacrifice that our ancestors have done to transfer the murtis to these safe places. Initially, the murtis were housed in just temporary structures. It's only in the second half of 17th century, when the northern shore of Mandovi came under the Maratha rule, that money started pouring in and the temples could be built. As I said earlier, Shivaji Maharaj himself built the new Saptakoteshwar temple. Naroram Mantri, who was the minister in Bajirao Peshwe's court, he funded the rebuilding of the Shantadurga temple of Kaule, and the villages of Mangeshi and Mardol were similarly donated by the Peshwas at that time, and money was provided for the building and maintenance of Sri Mangesh and Mahalsa temples. As you can see, this is the new, rather old Shantadurga temple of Kaule. This temple, who can identify? Mangeshi. This is Sri Mahalsa temple. This is, according to me, one of the most beautiful temples in Goa. How many of you can identify this? Yes? Yes. This is the Sri Lakshmi Narasimha temple of Veling, one of the most amazingly beautiful and serene temples in Goa. So, what are the unique features of Goan temples when the reconstruction started happening? Obviously, by that time, links with the mainland had been destroyed. So the traditional stapatis could not be brought from outside. So you had to make do with the local masons, with the local architects, with the local pujaris, everything local. And by that time, they had also gotten used to building churches. So certain architectural influences they had imbibed, and many of them had converted as well. So the people, the Hindus of Goa could not build stone temples like the Tamdi Surla temple or the Dravida style temples or the Nagara style temples. But they stuck to the canons of Hindu architecture in the sense that the temple had to have a Garbhagriha, the temple had to have a Mandapa, the temple had to have a Pushkarini, the temple had to have a Pradakshina Path, the temple had to have a Antarala. All of these elements had to be there, but they improvised on whatever they could find and whatever expertise they had and built a hybrid style of temple building which is very unique to Goa. One of the major features is the Deepa Stambha or the lamp tower, an octagonal turret in front of the temple. It can be 5 to 7 stories high. It actually developed from the Maratha concept of Deepmal, but it was influenced by the Christian Baroque architecture of crosses. That is why Goan Deepastambhas are different from the Marathi Deepmals that you see in the temples of Maharashtra. Laterite Tulsi Vrindavan became a major feature, especially in the Vaishnava Hindu temples like Sri Mahalsa or Sri Damodar. Goan Hindu temples do not have a Dravida or a Nagara Shikhara because at that point of time they did not have access to that kind of architectural knowledge. But they have an octagonal dome over the Sanctum Sanctorum and they have slanting roofs over the Sabha Mandap because it rains a lot in Goa and that's why you need to have that kind of sloping roof. These sloping roofs are either covered in red Mangalore tiles or with copper plates like in Veling or Mardol. There is a Naubat Khana at the entrance meant for the temple musicians and a Pushkarini has to be there near every temple. Some more unique features, I'm almost done with my presentation. The temples have to have a Mukha Mandapa, that's the first Mandapa, then a big Sabha Mandapa where the devotees gather for religious functions, and Antarala, the space between the Garbhagriha and the Sabha Mandapa, which is meant for the devotees to take a little bit of gap. Hindi? Okay. So जब गोवा में मंदिर बनाए थे तो मंदिरों में कुछ चीज़ें उन्होंने इंटैक्ट रखी थी, जैसे मंदिर को एक मुखमंडप चाहिए जो सबसे पहला मंडप होता है, एक मेन सभा मंडप चाहिए और एक अंतराल चाहिए, उसके बाद गर्भगृह होता है। सारे गोवन जो मंदिर होते हैं वो सांधार होते हैं, मतलब उनमें प्रदक्षिणा पथ होता है अंदर गर्भगृह के बाहर। अगर आप देखेंगे किसी भी गोवा के मंदिर में, गोवा के सारे मंदिरों में सब्सिडियरी टेम्पल्स होते हैं जो उस देवता के परिवार देवता होते हैं, जो मंदिर के आसपास और भी छोटे छोटे मंदिर होते हैं और वो मेन देवता जो भी है उसका परिवार देवता जो है उनके मंदिर होते हैं। लोकल देवतास विच वे वर्शिप बाय द लोकल ट्राइब्स like Santeri, Morzai, Mauli, Kelbai, Ronuka and Bhumika, all these are names, manifestations of Mother Earth by the way, because we are basically end of the day nature worshippers. So all these local deities got their own temples surrounding the main temple. Similarly, the male gods like the Rakhno, Vetal, Ravalnath, Kshetrapal, they also got, उनके भी मंदिर बनने लगे। और ये जो आप खंबे देख रहे हैं, these pillars, wooden pillars, are one of the unique feature of Goan temples, क्योंकि गोवा में लकड़ी तो बहुत मिलती थी, फॉरेस्ट तो बहुत थे, तो गोवा का वुडवर्क जो था, लकड़ी का काम जो था, वो तब भी बहुत जाना माना जाता था और अब भी बहुत जाना माना जाता है। और इस तरह के जो खंबे हैं वो आपको हर मंदिर में मिलेंगे, बहुत सुंदर काम होता है उनके ऊपर, दशावतार की मूर्तियाँ कार्व की होती हैं या बहुत सारा कार्विंग किया होता है। These are the Deepmals. The structure can vary a little bit here or there, but the Deepmal has to be there in any Goan temple. This is the Pushkarini of the Veling temple. Again, one of the most beautiful serene places that you can ever visit in Goa. Kamla Mandkikar, who had written a book on Goan temples, says that temples in Goa are not merely places of worship, they are also centers of community activity, pursuit of arts, and perpetuation of social and cultural values. These are my references, in case anybody would like to read more. And this is the Murti of Sri Malsa Narayani, my Kula Devata. Thank you so much for listening to me so patiently. And before I end, I want to make a request. Atakizata, many of us go to Goa to pay obeisance to our family deities. But when we do that, we just go to the temple, we go inside, do the namaskar, come out, we rarely even look at the temple, and then we start searching for the best restaurant nearby, or the best pub nearby, or the closest beach nearby. There's nothing wrong in it. But the point is, our ancestors have sacrificed a lot to make these temples run for hundreds of years. When you go to a temple next time, pray to God, of course, but also think a bit about the sacrifice of the ancestors, your ancestors, my ancestors, who sacrificed a whole lot but didn't let go of their dharma. This is something that we owe to them. That is why it is very important to know about the temples of Goa and to remember that they look different from other temples in India because somebody has paid a great price for dharma. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take only 2 questions. Mike, please. Anybody? Any questions? We can take maximum 2 questions.
No questions? That means either it's very good or very bad.
Yes. Mike, please. Sir, keep your question short so that she can answer. Yes.
Mainly, when you see the temple of Goa, you see the different kind of architect. What could be the reason behind it?
What was the question? I didn't get it.
Architecture.
The architecture, that's what I said. It's a very Goan architecture that evolved over time with influences from Christian Baroque architecture as well. Because most of the architects were actually local masons and local people. So they did not have the access to traditional sthapatya, which earlier they had. So that is why Goan temples, but they knew that a temple has to have a garbhagriha, a temple has to have a shikara, a temple has to have a pradakshinapath. So all that they followed, but they made a little bit of changes here and there.
Any other question? Okay, that will be the last one. Yeah.
Ma'am, we have seen, temple destruction in Kashmir.
Hello?
We have seen temple destruction in Goa also. Do you see any kind of pattern on this? And now that Goa government has, I think, allocated 100 crore rupees to build the broken and, damaged temples, don't you think that it's a very meager amount? I think we have to take back our culture. We have to go back as a Saraswati. I think we have to go back to our Goan ancestral place. Likewise, we are supposed to be going to Kashmir also to rebuild our temple. Don't you think that there is some kind of a narrative should build up in this?
See, the thing is, for the first time, a chief minister has actually spoken about this and has earmarked some funds to talk about what are the temples officially that the Portuguese destroyed. This in itself is huge for Goa. This kind of talk has never happened. So, baby steps, one step at a time. Even the Kashi Vishwanath corridor didn't happen overnight. There has to be a protocol followed. There has to be some kind of process followed. So I think it's a beginning. And I'm happy that it's a beginning. Incidentally, I'll just take 2 minutes. When I was growing up, I was used to the temples in Goa. And I used to think that all temples in India are like that. They're very big, they're very wide, and they're very clean and all that. So I went to Kashi when I was 19 years old as a part of Goa University contingent. And I thought that the Kashi Vishwanath temple was going to be this huge imposing structure which was going to be much bigger than the Goan temples. And when I went to the then Kashi Vishwanath temple, I actually was underwhelmed because the temple was so small and it was kind of, surrounded on all sides by other temples and other civil structures. And there was nothing imposing about it. It didn't feel like one of the holiest temples. I was also immature at that point of time. But now when I went and now when I go and see the Kashi Vishwanath corridor, and full marks to Mr. Gokarna and his team for it, now you feel that it is one of our holiest temples, it's one of our holiest tirthas. The transformation is remarkable. You have to see to believe it. And if you had seen the Kashi Vishwanath temple before that, you will know what I'm saying.
Madam, which are communities other than GSBs and Bhatts and Brahmins attached to temples in Goa?
Pardon me?
Which are other communities from Hindu religion which are directly attached to temples.
All communities. Again, this is something very important, you know. The Saraswat Brahmins were not the only Hindus who were attacked in Goa. And they were not attacked because they were Saraswat Brahmins. They were attacked because they were Hindus and they were thought leaders. I come from a village called Kunkolim now, which is a Kshatriya village. And in my village too, there was a temple of Shantadurga Kunkalikarin, which was broken down by the Portuguese. The people of my village retaliated. They led an armed rebellion in 1583. It was the oldest democratic rebellion against a white colonial power, and they shifted the murti to a place called Fatorpa. So all Hindu communities in Goa actually had to bear the brunt of the Inquisition, not just the Saraswats.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we'll close the Q&A session. Our next speaker is Dr. Agnishekar from Kashmir. Now I request Dr. Agnishekar to come forward.
Kuldeep Samli, better known by his pen name Agnishekar, is a Kashmiri Pandit, writer and political activist. He is the founder of Panun Kashmir, Our Kashmir organization, a group that advocates for the cultural rights of Pandits and a homeland. As a poet, he has contributed to the development of a Hindi poetry of exile from a distinctly Kashmiri perspective. He views pre-Islamic culture as a source for contemporary Pandit identity. Agnishekar is the author of Kisi Bhi Samay, a collection of poetry published in 1992. Dr. Agnishekar also contributed to the screenplay for the Bollywood-style movie Sheen, which uses Pandit displacement as the context of a love story. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Agnishekar, and we are awaiting to hear more from you about Kashmiri Saraswat history.
सारस्वत सम्मेलन में उपस्थित सभी सारस्वत मित्रों, मैं बहुत आभारी हूं कि मुझे इस सारस्वत अवसर पर बोलने का अवसर आपने दिया। और मुझसे पहले जो वक्ता थे उन्होंने भी काम मेरा आसान किया कि कश्मीर के मंदिरों की बात उन्होंने छोड़ी, और बहन शेफाली जी ने और ज़्यादा आसान किया कि वो बीच बीच में हिंदी में भी बोली। और यहाँ ब्रिगेडियर हमारे जनरल बख्शी जी हैं और जितने वक्ता आए, उसके बाद बोलने को कुछ रहता नहीं है, लेकिन कई डायमेंशंस ऐसे हैं जो अनएड्रेस्ड रहते हैं। मित्रों, मैं कश्मीर से हूं और जैसे कि शेफाली जी गोवा के बारे में, गोवा के इतिहास, उसके मोटिव, उसके आर्किटाइप, उसके आर्किटेक्चर को लेकर के मैं ब्रीफली कश्मीर के बारे में ये बताना चाहता हूं। जिसे हम कश्मीर कहते हैं उसकी डेफिनेशन हमारे पास क्या है। एक है कि कश्यप ऋषि ने निर्माण किया, जब सतीसर एक लेक थी, उसका वाटर ड्रेन आउट किया गया तो जो लैंड निकली कश्यप के प्रयासों से, कश्यप ऋषिवान। दूसरा है कि प्रिजाइडिंग गॉडेस ऑफ कश्मीर जो एक है, उनका नाम है कश्मीरा। यैव देवी उमा सैव कश्मीरा। कश्मीरा अपने आप में एक गॉडेस है और वो वहाँ की प्रिजाइडिंग गॉडेस है, इसलिए कश्मीर। इसलिए भी कश्मीर, जिन शारदा माता की हमने बात की, जो हाईएस्ट सीट ऑफ कॉस्मिक नॉलेज आर्ट्स के लिए शारदा पीठ के नाम से जानी गई, और हमारे पूर्व वक्ता ने उनके संदर्भ भी दिए कि कहाँ उनका उल्लेख है। मुझे लगता है कि नीलमत पुराण पहला ऐसा टेक्स्ट है जहां से कलहण ने भी उसके सूत्र पकड़े। और शारदा को ही हम सरस्वती कहते हैं, इसलिए सारस्वत सम्मेलन मेरे लिए शारदा सम्मेलन या शारदा संस्कृति से अलग नहीं है। जो सारस्वत सभ्यता है वही शारदा सभ्यता है। एक मेरे मित्रों, मैं इसलिए इस पर थोड़ा सा समय आपका लेना चाहूंगा बिकॉज ऐसे नैरेटिव्स खड़े किए गए हैं कि कश्मीर वॉज नेवर पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया। ऐसे नैरेटिव्स गढ़ने वाले हैं। कश्मीर हैज नेवर बीन कल्चरल और सिविलाइजेशन पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया। मैं उनका नाम नहीं लेना चाहता हूं, आप सब समझते हैं। कश्मीर का नॉमेनक्लेचर, कश्मीर की ट्रेडिशंस, कश्मीर की ओरल हिस्ट्री एंड रिटन हिस्ट्री, कश्मीर के अनुष्ठान, कश्मीर के लोग, कश्मीर भूमि का कण कण, उनके एंशिएंट नेम्स जो हैं वो सारे वैदिक संस्कृत से जुड़े हैं। जो हमारी भाषा है जिसे हम कश्मीरी कहते हैं, वी ट्रेस इट्स रूट्स, लिंग्विस्टिक सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया पढ़िए या आप ओरिजिन एंड डेवलपमेंट ऑफ कश्मीरी लैंग्वेज जब देखते हैं, ये श्रीमद् भगवद गीता की संस्कृत से नहीं, ऋग्वेद की संस्कृत से कश्मीरी निकली हुई है। इसलिए ऋग्वेद जो है दैट्स मदर ऑफ कश्मीरी लैंग्वेज। एज सच जो कश्मीरी संस्कृति सिविलाइजेशन आपके पास है दैट्स वैदिक, दैट्स ऋग्वैदिक। और ऐसी प्लेसेस हैं टोपोग्राफिकली भी जब आप जाएंगे, वहां एक जगह है उत्तर सूर्य, ये अनंतनाग में पड़ता है। मदन दीवान जी बहुत घूमते रहते हैं। उत्तर सूर्य अनंतनाग में है। कश्मीरी का करप्ट फॉर्म में वह वतरुस कहलाता है। उत्तर सूर्य इज द प्लेस इन कश्मीर वैली जहां यह कहा जाता है कि वेद कंपाइल किए गए थे, और ये ओरल मेमोरी में भी है, ओरल ट्रेडिशन में है। उत्तर सूर्य। और आप उत्तर कुरु की बात भी करते हैं, जो आपके खोसान, खुरासान और जो सेंट्रल एशिया का ये पार्ट है। इस सब के बीच में जो कल्चर था, इस सब के बीच में जो सिविलाइजेशन थी जिसकी हमने बात की, सारस्वत सभ्यता की बात, क्योंकि हम सरस्वती को मेनली शारदा कहते हैं, इसलिए हमारे पास शारदा का एक जन्मदिन भी है ट्रेडिशन में। कश्मीर में हजारों साल से हमारे कुल गुरु कश्मीरी पंडितों के घरों में माघ मास की गौरी तृतीया को आकर के आपको आशीर्वाद और एक प्रमाण पत्र देते थे। इस पे शारदा मैया की, सरस्वती की पेंटिंग होती थी, हैंड रिटन। और हम वहां से पले हैं उस मेमोरी से कि कभी शारदा पीठ, शारदा यूनिवर्सिटी का ये दीक्षांत समारोह होता था। वहां से फिर आपको दीक्षित होके आप स्नातक, परास्नातक विद्वान, विशेषज्ञ होते थे। उस स्मृति में हमारे पास, उसे जातीय स्मृति कहिए, रेशियल मेमोरी कहिए, ओरल ट्रेडिशन में वो गौरी तृतीया हमारे पास सरस्वती का दिवस है। यहां अभी कपाल मोचन की बात चली। कपाल मोचन मेरे भैया कश्मीर में शोपियान में बहुत प्राचीन और हजारों साल पुराना तीर्थ है, जहां शिव ने तपस्या की बताई जाती है। वो ब्रह्म हत्या का निवारण उनका हुआ। जो ये लोग कहते हैं कि कश्मीर कभी भारत का हिस्सा नहीं था, उनसे क्या कहा जाए। इससे बड़ी मूर्खता हम कह सकते हैं, लेकिन एक डेलिब्रेट डिजाइन है। जिन्होंने हमारे मंदिर तोड़े, उन्होंने उससे ज्यादा क्या किया कि प्लेस कॉन्शियसनेस से आपको अलग किया। अब जैसे हमारे यहाँ गंगा है, नर्मदा है, कावेरी है, जितनी भी नदियां हैं, ये सारी देवियां हैं। कश्मीर की मेन रिवर जो है वो वितस्ता है। वितस्ता का अपना लीजेंड है। हमने शायद ध्यान नहीं दिया कभी कि जो महात्म्य होते हैं तीर्थों के, उनके उद्भव और प्रादुर्भाव की कहानियां उसमें छुपी होती हैं। हमने कन्वेंशनल सोर्सेज ऑफ एंशिएंट हिस्ट्री के लिए जो आपको मिलता है वो लिए, जो अनकन्वेंशनल, जो ओरल ट्रेडिशन में है, कस्टम्स में है, आपके रिचुअल्स में है, उसकी ओर शायद ध्यान नहीं दिया। वितस्ता की वैसी ही कहानी है जैसी गंगा के अवतरण की है। वहां भगीरथी हैं, यहां कश्यप ऋषि हैं, और कश्यप ऋषि के तपस्या अनुनय विनय से वो प्रकट होती हैं। और वितस्ता को कहा गया है नीलमत पुराण में, जहां से कलहन भी लेता है, बिलहन भी लेता है, सती देवी नदी भूतवा कश्मीर आयाम विनिर्गतः। ये जो सती देवी हैं, नदी भूतवा, वही नदी बन के नदी के रूप में अवतरित हैं और प्रवाहमान है कश्मीर में। फिर इसके साथ लीजेंड्स, हमारी स्मृतियां, हमारा कल्चर, हमारे अनुष्ठान, इसका एक जन्मदिन, नदी का जन्मदिन हम वैसे ही मनाते हैं, आपको शायद अचंबा हो। यू विल बी अमेज्ड टू नो दैट वी सेलिब्रेट द बर्थडे ऑफ टाइम। नवरेह हमारा जो दिवस होता है, नववर्ष, और हमारा अपना कैलेंडर है कश्मीर का, वो भी सप्तऋषियों से जुड़ा है। सप्तऋषि संवत 5098। उस दिन हम टाइम की पूजा करते हैं, टाइम का सेलिब्रेट करते हैं, बर्थ ऑफ टाइम। इतना कॉन्सेप्ट हमारा पुराना है। इसलिए जो नदी है वितस्ता, मैंने कहा कि ये सती का अवतार ऐसा कहा है, लेकिन जब इस नदी का नाम जब भी जेहलम कर दिया गया और आपकी सारी कॉन्शियसनेस उससे काट दी गई, जेहलम करने से आपके पास नदी, उसका महात्म्य, ये वगैरह सब कुछ छूट जाएगा। हमने आदि जगत गुरु शंकराचार्य की बात की। वो जब कश्मीर आए, शारदा पीठ गए, शारदा गए, उनकी स्मृति में वहां गोपाद्री, श्रीनगर में जो शंकराचार्य हिल है उसका नाम गोपाद्री था, उनकी स्मृति में शंकराचार्य पर्वत आज भी कहते हैं। लेकिन उसका नाम जब आप बदलते हैं कोहे सुलेमान, तो आप उस कॉन्शियसनेस से काट दिए जाते हैं। इट्स नॉट ओनली डिस्ट्रक्शन। आपने मंदिर तोड़ा, हमने मंदिर बनाया, ये ठीक है, ये जिजीविषा है, ये रेजिलियंस है, लेकिन देखना यह है कि तोड़ने के पीछे एक भयंकर जो नुकसान होता है वो कॉन्शियसनेस की होती है, प्लेस कॉन्शियसनेस की होती है। और ये सारी प्लेस कॉन्शियसनेस की टोटलिटी में इसे सारस्वत बोध कहिए, सारस्वत चेतना कहिए, आघात जो नैरेटिव्स का है वो इन चीजों पे है, जिसके शिकार कश्मीरी हिंदू हुए, कश्मीरी पंडित जिनको आप कहते हैं। कश्मीरी पंडितों का एथनिक सरनेम है भट्ट। ऑल कश्मीरी पंडित्स आर भट्ट, बिकॉज वो भट्टार्क शिव के मानने वाले हैं, इसलिए भट्ट हैं। यहाँ हमारे गुजरात में है, यहाँ महाराष्ट्र में है, उत्तराखंड में भट्ट हैं। हम उनका ट्रेस ओरिजिन करते हैं कश्मीर, ये हमारी मान्यता में है। तो इसलिए जो शारदा है, जो सरस्वती है, जो सारस्वत संस्कृति और सभ्यता कश्मीर की है, जो कि एक क्रेडल ऑफ ऑल इंडियन सिविलाइजेशनल और उसके जो अचीवमेंट्स हैं हिंदुस्तान के, उसका कश्मीर को गिना गया। दैट्स व्हाई कश्मीर वाज मेड द टारगेट। इस्लामिस्ट जिहादियों का, सेंट्रल एशियन से आए इन्वेडर्स का, उस रूट से कश्मीर इसीलिए टारगेट बना। यू ब्रेक कश्मीर, यू कैप्चर हिमालय, उनके हिसाब से इंडिया इज गॉन। उनका फोकस जहां है, एक तो जियोफिजिकल डायमेंशंस की हमने बात की, एक डायमेंशन वो है उनके अटैक का। दूसरा, सटल लेवल पे ऐसे नैरेटिव घड़ो जैसे हमारे साथ 90 में हुआ, 90 के बाद, कि इनको उस समय के गवर्नर जगमोहन ने निकाला, इनको आर्मी की ज्यादतियों से निकाला, ब्ला ब्ला ब्ला। वो जो नैरेटिव्स गढ़े जा रहे हैं इंडिया में, उन नैरेटिव्स के जो मूल और काउंटर नैरेटिव्स हैं वो गढ़ने की हमारी बारी है। हर लेवल पे हमने फाइट करना है। और उस दृष्टि से द नेशन दैट हैज नो कॉन्शियसनेस ऑफ इट्स पास्ट हैज नो फ्यूचर। उस एंगल से ये जो सारस्वत संगम हुआ है, एक बहुत ही मॉन्यूमेंटल कदम है इस दिशा में। अपने को जानना, पलट कर देखना, जिसे हम शैव में कहते हैं प्रतिविज्ञा, पलट कर देखो और जानो खुद को। और ऐसे में जब हम कश्मीर को शारदा पीठ कहते हैं, शारदा देश भी कहा गया है। संस्कृत के महाकवि बिल्हन ने कर्नाटक जाकर के जो विक्रमांक देव चरितम में लिखा, उसमें इंट्रोड्यूस करता है अपने आप को और अपनी मदरलैंड को, कहते हैं शारदा देश है। मैं उस शारदा देश से आया हूं जहां की मेरी स्त्रियां, महिलाएं तीन भाषाएं एक साथ बोल लेती हैं। उसमें संस्कृत भी बोलती हैं, लोक भाषा भी, और जन्म भाषा वदेव। ऐसे कश्मीर में जो अटैक है वो उसकी डेमोग्राफी तो उन्होंने ऑलरेडी कन्वर्शन से छीन ली, लेकिन जो प्रेजेंस है, जो कंटिन्यूटी है इंडियन सिविलाइजेशन की, जो कंटिन्यूटी है सारस्वत सभ्यता की, वो सबसे बड़ा खतरा है। वही पोटेंशियल था, उनको लगा कि कश्मीरी पंडितों में ये पोटेंशियल है। दे विल नेवर कॉम्प्रोमाइज, दे विल नेवर यील्ड, दे विल नेवर एक्सेप्ट डिफीट, दे विल प्रेफर एक्सोडस टू कन्वर्शन टू एनी अदर, जो भी आपने टॉर्चर किया। क्योंकि हम कश्मीर को, शारदा देश कश्मीर को भारत का अंग कहने में संकोच करते हैं। इट्स नॉट इंटीग्रल पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया, इट्स इंडिया। कश्मीर भारत है, भारत का अंग नहीं है, भारत है भैया, भारत है। ये जो हमारे यहां इस फॉल्स नैरेटिव को कि कश्मीर हैज नेवर बीन पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया के लिए जो आपने नैरेटिव गढ़ा, उसमें फॉल्ट लाइन है। क्या हमने कभी सुना कि महाराष्ट्र इज इंटीग्रल पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया, असम इज इंटीग्रल पार्ट ऑफ, व्हाई कश्मीर इज इंडिया कहो, एंड होल ऑफ इंडिया इन टर्म्स ऑफ इट्स फिलोसफी, जो भी आपका पॉलिटिक्स है, एस्थेटिक्स है, इन टर्म्स ऑफ दैट इट्स एक्सपेंशन एंड एक्सटेंशन ऑफ कश्मीर। पूरा कश्मीर पूरे हिंदुस्तान में फैला, पूरा भारत वहां अंदर है। इसलिए जो कश्मीरी पंडितों का एक्सोडस है, इट्स नॉट एक्सोडस ऑफ कश्मीरी पंडित्स, दे ट्राई टू किक आउट इंडिया फ्रॉम कश्मीर। इसलिए जो वापस रिवर्सल होना है, वो रिवर्सल किस चीज का होना है? दैट रिवर्सल ऑफ जेनोसाइड, रिवर्सल ऑफ रिलीजियस क्लींजिंग के लिए पूरे भारत को कश्मीर में बसना है, रहना है, अंदर जाना है। दैट इज द ओनली सॉल्यूशन जिससे हम सारस्वत संस्कृति, सारस्वत सिविलाइजेशन की जो हमने मानक स्थापित किए हैं विश्व में, उनको पाएंगे। मंदिर हमारे भग्नावशेष हैं। हम जैसे आपने यहां देखा, बहन ने दिखाया गोवा में, यही हाल सब जगह है। पैटर्न वही है, पैटर्न में चेंज नहीं है। मैं अभी महात्मा गांधी विश्वविद्यालय में मेरा व्याख्यान था कश्मीर पर, 14th सेंचुरी लास्ट हिंदू क्वीन ऑफ कश्मीर, कोटा रानी पर। मैंने कहा, जब कोटा रानी का टाइम देखता हूं 14th सेंचुरी में, उस समय जो डीप स्टेट वर्क कर रही थी, वही डीप स्टेट आज की डेट में हिंदुस्तान में कर रही है। मीडिया का एक सेक्शन, जुडिशरी का एक सेक्शन, और सब हमारे पास जो शौर्यवान सैनिक बख्शी साहब या राजदान साहब जैसे नहीं हैं, कुछ हैं एक्सेप्शंस, वो उनके साथ मिले हुए हैं। वो जो सीक्रेटली वर्क करते हैं टू ब्रेक इंडिया और हेल्प देम। तो वो जो डीप स्टेट का पैटर्न मैं 14वीं शताब्दी में कश्मीर में हिस्ट्री में देखता हूँ, वहाँ के लिटरेचर में देखता हूँ, वो डीप स्टेट आज भी एग्जिस्ट करता है। इसलिए हमको ऐसी सभाओं में वी हैव टू एजुकेट आवरसेल्व्स, जेन नेक्स्ट, कि डेंजर्स कहाँ कहाँ से हैं। इसलिए मेरे मित्रों, जो कश्मीर जो जाना जाता है, जो हमने सारस्वत वैभव जो है, जो ग्लोरी ऑफ सारस्वत कल्चर्स है इन टर्म्स ऑफ कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ हिस्ट्री, जो लोग कहते हैं इंडियंस के पास कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ हिस्ट्री नहीं है, कहिए कलन है, जोनराज है, श्रीवर है, शुक है, प्राज्यभट्ट है, इतनी लंबी परंपरा हमारे पास हिस्ट्री की है। और आपके पास महाभारत से लेकर 12th सेंचुरी तक लगातार एक हिस्ट्री का कॉन्सेप्ट है। हमारे पास जो भारत में काव्य शास्त्र है, यहाँ इतने विद्वान बैठे हुए हैं, जो पॉलिटिक्स, इंडियन पॉलिटिक्स है, इंडियन एस्थेटिक्स है, All the 6 schools of Indian poetics have come down from Kashmir. जितने भी आचार्य हैं, अगर कश्मीर कभी अलग था तो इसको इंडियन पोइटिक्स क्यों कहते हैं? इसको तो कश्मीरी पोइटिक्स कहना चाहिए था, बिकॉज कश्मीर इज इंडिया. मेडिसिन लीजिए, बाबा रामदेव जी योग को लेकर इतना करते हैं. पतंजलि लीजिए, अष्टाध्यायी जो है वो लिखे कहाँ रची गई है. और मेडिसिन से लेकर के इवन वॉरफेयर तक. और शारदा मैया के बारे में एक बात ये भी हमको ध्यान में रखनी चाहिए, ये खाली ज्ञान और कॉस्मिक नॉलेज और 64 कलाएं उनकी ही देवी नहीं है, ये युद्ध की देवी भी है. आप यहाँ यूपी में देखिए, महोबा में देखिए, मैहर में देखिए. और ललितादित्य सम्राट जो हुए कश्मीर से, जिन्होंने 8th सेंचुरी में हाफ ऑफ चाइना, रशिया का हिस्सा, सेंट्रल एशिया, खोतान, खुरासान और यहाँ पूरे भारतवर्ष के बाहर भी अभी बताया गया, उनकी कुल देवी कौन थी? माँ सरस्वती थी, शारदा थी. तो शारदा माँ सरस्वती जिसके हम वंशज हैं, सारस्वत में हैं, हम खाली ज्ञानी नहीं हैं. युद्ध, शौर्य, कला, साइंसेस, इसकी भूमि जो कश्मीर है. और सरस्वत में जो गॉड सारस्वत आप कहते हैं, कश्मीर में आज भी प्रेजेंस है. एक बड़े सेक्शन को हम गुरिट ब्राह्मण कहते हैं. गुरिट यानी गॉड. और इसके कई उदाहरण हमारे फोक लिटरेचर में हैं, हमारी ट्रेडिशंस में है, हमारी पूजा पद्धतियों में है. और इस सब को लेकर के जो हम नए भारत की बात करते हैं, वो नया भारत सारस्वत भारत होगा. और सारस्वत भारत जगाने के लिए सारस्वत चेतना, सारस्वत कॉन्शियसनेस का ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा विस्तार हम करें. और हम अपने इतिहास से, अपनी एंसेस्ट्री से, गोत्रों से, सप्तऋषियों के कॉन्सेप्ट से, नदियों के महात्म्य के कॉन्सेप्ट से अपने आप को जोड़ें. हमारे सामने विश्व में कोई भी ऐसी शत्रु शक्ति टिकेगी नहीं, न टिकी है. ये भारत फिर से जाग रहा है. और इस सब को इंटेलेक्चुअल डोमेन में हमारी प्रेजेंस चाहिए और लोकल डोमेन में, पब्लिक डोमेन और इंटेलेक्चुअल डोमेन, दोनों को एक करते हुए ही हम सारस्वत भारत का निर्माण करेंगे, अवश्य करेंगे. धन्यवाद.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker is Surendranath Bhatt Mulki. I request Mr. Bhatt to come on stage. One small announcement: those who have performing Bhiksha Seva at Vashi Balaji Temple at Kashi Mat. Okay. कोणपुरा भिक्षा सेवा बरेला तन्नी नेक्स्ट बालाजी मंदिरात वच कामण निमून घेता सर कसले म्हळ्यार थोड्या वेळान ती दनपारा पूज जाता.
Surendranath Bhatt Mulki, MS Bhattmam, is born in Dhangal Bhatt family of Mulki. After completing high school at Canara High School, Main, Mangalore, MS Bhattmam completed BCom from St. Aloysius College, Mangalore. Early in his career, he worked 5 years at Mumbai in a private firm and pursued materials management course and then worked 6 years in UAE. In 1986, MS Bhattmam moved to Bangalore and till retirement worked in MS John Flower Limited as senior manager PPMC. Since young age, he had personal inclination, enthusiasm towards Bhagavad Gita and Indus Valley civilization. Due to his immense interest to study Bhagavad Gita, MS Bhattmam joined Chinmaya Mission study group classes and continues to attend the classes till date as senior study group member. He has done self-study on Indus Valley civilization and reading of Indus script. May I now request MS Bhatmam to enlighten us with proceedings of their study and inspire and motivate our next generation.
Thank you. Hari Om. First we will... Yeah. First we will do a Guru Vandana to all our Gurus. Akhanda Mandalakaram Vyaptam Yena Characharam Tatpadam Darshitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Gurur Brahma Gurur Vishnu Gurur Devo Maheshwaraha Guru Sakshat Parabrahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Tvameva Mata Cha Pita Tvameva Tvameva Bandhuscha Sakha Tvameva Tvameva Vidya Dravinam Tvameva Tvameva Sarvam Mama Deva Deva Tvameva Sarvam Mama Deva Deva. Hari Om. Now, the topic is expounding in the script. We are already on the script. Our Major Sahib has already done most of the work. Now, I am only going towards the Indus script, deciphering how much. Till now, nothing has happened. Everyone is saying that it is a mysterious script. Particularly the other side of the people. We are not saying that. We know that Saraswati, actually it is to be called a Saraswati script, but if we say that, no one will understand nowadays. We have gone to such an extent. Actually that Indus script is well planned, what we have gone through in this study. Now, in this 25 to 30 minutes, my objective is to understand that, to make you understand that it is not mysterious, it is readable. And we have already started the job, and it may not be a job of a small group, then further it will be done. So we will start with this thing. So in that I have written one basic book for that, whatever till now we have deciphered, that is called Indus, Expounding Indus Script Part 1. Now we are directly going to the subject. So one by one we will go through. This basically it is a little bit technical, so we have to go through it. Now what is the basis we have selected for this script? Script reading. Basic two documents we have taken, two books, they are two big books. They are the base documents. First one is, both are corpus of Indus scripts and inscriptions. One, the collections in India, and the second one, collections in Pakistan. Both books are almost same in size, this thick. And Indian book was released, it is published in 1987. There is a small story behind these two books. Interesting. When I went through this, when I have seen those books, finally, after a long time, I could get it. Both are of same thickness, as I have told. How come India and Pakistan, both we have done it with the same thickness? Interesting. When I went through it, see this Indus script, that seals, we were getting the excavations, major excavations started in 1920. 1920 to 1942, whatever seals the Europeans, they have collected in the British Raj. In 1947, something happened. Independence we got, with that partition happened. When partition happened, it is not only India and Pakistan, these scripts which were there in Delhi, all those seals and all the things what our Major Sahib has shown, all those things are divided into two parts. One part, 50% is given to Pakistan, 50% we got. This is how two books. Now, how these two books are made? It is not made independently by India and Pakistan. UNESCO interfered since in 1960. After that, the teams were built in Indian government and Pakistan. That is why from Pakistan that follow. And the common name you will see there is Asko Perpola. He has been given the responsibility to do that, and both the governments coordinated. It was started in early 1970s. 20 years work has happened, and 87 it is released. Now one question comes. After 91 the Pakistan book is released. Why archaeological departments have not taken up this immediately for deciphering? Actually, it took a back seat afterwards. Interestingly, in 1992, after 1992, we know what has happened, that Ram Mandir issue. Archaeological departments' priorities changed. This Indus script has taken back. From there, it never rose and it never took a priority of concern of the government, particularly to decipher. Then only our other people like Bakshi Sahib and all other people were working on it. So we will move on to the next. Now in this study, as you have seen earlier, there are so many types of seals. If we go through everything, we will not get any benefit out of it, and we can't get the objectives met. So from that point of view, we have selected only unicorn motif seals, the animal motifs which are there. So we will say that why unicorn motif seals are selected for this. So focus is not to be missed. So basically there are, in each book you will find about 3,500 script written, but out of that, the seals with animal motifs, there are 1,119 I have collected. And out of that, 849 are of unicorn motif. So if we concentrate on that, we can certainly, we will get the result. And the writings are same in both of that. And other things you can see. The other motifs are only your bison is 56, Jebu is 37, elephant 33, and rhino 16, like that. This is just to show. Earlier our Major Sahib has spoken about tiger and all those things. Now what we have done is the real seals we wanted to show. Otherwise we will not get the feel of it. Now our Atul Kudwa has worked on that and made it presentable. Normally, otherwise these seals, we just like that take it, it is not presentable. He has done work on that, that is why it is visible now. See, we can see there, tiger, all those things, we can see what our Bakshi Sahib has told earlier. This is just to get a feel of it. Now, if you see, there is an interesting thing in this, if we observe. See, these are all bison, buffalo, tiger. Now, all the seals, there is a feeder bowl is kept beneath their mouth. So all other things are okay, but tiger also a feeding bowl is kept. When analyzing, one expert has written that during those days, they were keeping the tigers for, during the war period, it is to be, it is served, like it can be taken to the enemy camp. It can be given, like that, it is kept there. Even what is of the rhinoceros, yes, that seal is also there. Now we are coming to the major part of our observations, what we have made. That is very interesting thing what has happened. Excuse me, I just take a water. Good. I have come from Bangalore, that's why here this time out. The pictorial scripts on Indus seals are unique, developed independently, and have no cross-references of other rite systems to decipher the reading. This is not our statement. This is across the board, everyone is agreeing. To move further, to know how to read the scripts, I would like to tell you the incidents, what has happened, which thrown light on us, so we could actually try to decipher the thing. Actually, it happened in 2015. One spiritually evolved person who was knowing about the Indus script, I had a contact with him. When one day we were discussing, he told this particular thing to me. He taught me actually. I'm just telling the gist of it. He started with the one sloka from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2, sloka number 7, verse 7. It goes like this. It is said by Arjuna Uvacha. Karpanya doshopahata swabhavaha prachami tvam dharma sammuda chetaha yachreyasan nishchitam bruhitan me shishyasteham shadimam tvam prapannam. Arjuna tells to the Lord, O Lord, O Lord, now I understood that I have a dosha in me. And what is the dosha? Karpanya dosha. Karpanya means karuna, compassion. Compassion in general, in regular days, in normal life, it is a good virtue. It is a very good value in life. But compassion towards the enemy, it is a dosha. Our Major Shah knows very well why Karpanya, if one is compassion towards the enemy, what will happen, he knows. And that too in a battlefield, if one is compassion towards the enemy, what will happen? It is a big dosha. So he says, further he says that, I am unable to fight, even though I am a great warrior, I am unable to fight. And I am unable to judge what is right and what is wrong. Please accept me as your disciple and show me the right path. This is broadly the meaning of that particular sloka. Now, how it is connected here? Now that person says that, very interesting you see, he says, what our westernized people educated us and what we were looking towards this Indus script is having a dosha. See, these things can come from our gurus and our evolved people only for us. It is a dosha. What is that dosha? Very interesting you see. Now again when we are reading this text, we say that it is developed independently. We say that there is no cross-reference for that. But what we do while all these people who started reading from all this, what they are doing, they are connecting one or the other script. They go through the existing scripts, connect to that, and find that some 8 or 10 pictorial scripts are matching to that. They match it, and they say that, oh, you see, here this 8 or 10 are matching, and they are saying that this is Tamil Brahmi, this is Brahmi, this is this one. But this particular script was developed and it was there before 5,000 years when it was started, and up to around 4,000 years it was there. Then it vanished. Now, knowing that the dosha is there, how shall we move about this script? That is the important thing, clue he has given. We have to independently study the script, and those two are the holy cows documents for us, he said. We have to concentrate and contemplate upon that. So that is what we have taken up. At that particular period, what happened was, rather than merely going through the script, because already it is a beaten track, so many people have started, we thought of doing something else. We wanted to study some other things what are there in the script. That is the time what has come during this period, what I have told. This is the period, this is the time when this stuck to us. Our focus moved towards the unicorn markings made on the your feeder vessel covers. So we have seen there, feeder vessels are there. In unicorn seals, there is a peculiar interesting thing. This is the thing. So if we see here, it is a feeder vessel is there. I don't know, how can we see that pointer? Pointer. No, Hantos. No, yeah. This is the first thing what we have to know. So if we see here, in this Angagal cover. No, it is not coming. Anyhow, I will explain this. This is the important part. Let us go through it, because if we miss it, then we miss the total thing. See, that is the feeder vessel. Beneath the mouth part of it, in that feeder vessel, a cover-like thing is there. We are just calling it a feeder vessel just for understanding purpose. So many people have called it with so many names. We are not bothered at this particular moment by what name it is called. But we are interested in what our ancestors have written in that. That is important for us now, under these circumstances. If you see there, you just observe. In the left side, on that feeder vessel cover, what they say, there are how many? A compartment-like things are made. Let us call it compartment. Now, if you see, there are 3 compartments. Okay? Actually, a seal maker would have made much more compartment there. Place was available for him comparing to the right side seal. I think this is agreeable. Now, in right side seal, the seal maker has adjusted, actually we have read it, you cannot read it from there, 36 compartments he has made. In left side, even if there was space, he has made only 3 compartments. In right side, he has adjusted 36 compartments. What does it mean? There must be something. See, it is very clear from this. A seal maker had an exact plan while making the seal to make these many number of compartments. That is undoubted thing. It is agreeable. Okay. Now, then comes what may be that. So when we went through that, we made all sort of combinations, what it can be. So when we made all those combinations, surprisingly, it is a pleasant surprise. Surprisingly, we have seen the range. All those 856 seals, we've seen the range. It is from, we have got minimum 2. Even one recently we got, he says that one is there. I have to yet go through it. One seal we have got, I have told it is 54. It is a broken seal. Minimum 54 is there because in the end it is broken. It may be up to 58 also if we calculate in a different, but end is broken. So any combination we are making, if we consider, it is exactly suiting to our Samvatsar cycle of 60 years. This is what it is. The first link of the jigsaw puzzle. This is the Samvatsar cycle they were writing. Years they were calculating on the basis of the Samvatsars. This is what the first finding we got. So after completing the first Samvatsar, now the development. So from here what happened? Okay, first year, first Samvatsar they have done while doing. Next Samvatsar, how they differentiated from the earlier Samvatsar. You see these 2 seals. In this seal, you can see in the left side, there is no mark in that. Here, beneath nearby the leg, there is one U mark is there in that. So they marked one U like that. That is actually an incised line to mark to make the difference between the earlier samvatsar and the first samvatsar. Now, next question comes. How many samvatsars they have marked on the unicorn seal is the question. So like this, it went on fixing the jigsaw puzzle. This is the thing. See the in between, the left one, you can see here. We can find out everything here. On the top side, the middle one is the zero cycle. Zero cycle, what we have seen earlier. Left one is the minus one, because even there is no marking of the year, month and all those things. Then the right side, it is the first cycle. Then second cycle, third cycle and fourth cycle. So 4 cycle of samvatsaras we have seen, and also one earlier to that, that is -1 if we take. So like this, total 6 samvatsars we have seen. Out of, now if you see 6 into 6, 360 years, this unicorn group was the dominant group in our Saraswati civilization. So that is what we come to know. Similarly, one more interesting thing about the month making. So the month they were marking on the neck initially. If you see here, initially they were marking on the neck. But when samvatsar they started writing, that was mingling up. Clarity, because it is a gradual process. As and how they were meeting the challenges, they went on improving. So here you can see, when it come to the second cycle, they bifurcated it. And then in the third cycle, they fully evolved the seal. Even the making of the seals also, you can see the developments. So this is how it is developed. All those things are written in that book. Total book is there. Then on the base of this, we started deciphering the scripts. And what we did was, after that, we were able to bifurcate the seals on the basis of this. Till now, no base was there, nothing was there. So we bifurcated the seals, and finally, I am just giving you how the seals bifurcation, how we have done. Cycle -1, very minimum, 13. Zero cycle, 51 seals. Your cycle 1, 157. Cycle 2 is the maximum, 478. If you find, and we couldn't read 77 seals because we are broken condition and all those things where the samvatsars were written. Now, if you see that, exactly the bell mark suits there, or the bell curve, it is there. So it is confirmed from that. Now, after doing this, we were able to further bifurcate the seals on the basis of allotment, which immediately I am not able to, because of the time constraint, I cannot do it. We have done these many groups into that seals. Group wise also we could go. How they were doing water management, resources, your aquaculture and all. Then fisheries supplies, agricultural teams, all seals are bifurcated in that. So then individual studies are taken on that basis. So this much work has happened in that. Further, now from after yesterday's discussion, now the enthusiasm I am seeing in all we Saraswats, days are not far off that. We will do it, and we will bring that glory back about the writing of the seals of our Saraswats. Hari Om. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we'll not have question and answer because it's a very detailed one. You can write to them, you can talk to them, or otherwise if you have any questions, you can write to our website, queries, and we'll answer to your queries. Thank you. Now we have a dance performance. I would require volunteers to clear this lamp and the table. Now we'll have a Bharatanatyam dance performance by Alka Lajmi on a theme called Saraswati Stuti. You must have known that Bharatanatyam dance is discovered by nothing but a Saraswat Bharata Muni. It's our heritage, so we'll present that.
जीवन की नींव है, सत्य धर्म त्याग सेवा.
नमस्कार. दैदोर ऐकून घेऊ का? आता या डान्स प्रोग्राम एक 12 मिनिट, एक 4 मिनिटाचे एक भरतनाट्यम आणि एक अष्टलक्ष्मीचे एक डान्स आसा. तुमगेल राईट साइड आरी जेवणाचे अरेंजमेंट केलेलं आसा. 4 काउंटर लायला मागशी, 4 काउंटर कसं स्टॅम्प पेड करनातील तुम्ही सीधा वचत मला मागशी दुखून कोणाक वच्चास रब्बील आसात आणि ज्याला जेवण कोण घेऊन मागीर येऊन रब्बू येतं. काउंटर ओपन केलेलं आसा आमी. तुमगेल राईट साइड आरी म्हळ्यार बशील कडेन लेफ्ट साइड दुखून हांगा काउंटर आमी बागेल ओपन करता ती. मागशी 4 काउंटर ओपन केलेलं आसा. काही कोण मागशी रब्बील आसात पळय तांकां बसच्या काही जाग मेळटा ना तांणी सुरवेर जेवण कोण घेव येता. आनी मागशी LED स्क्रीन लायिल्लो आसा आमी पक्कानी कसं मिस करू ना म्हण जाल्यार प्रोग्राम थंय मागशी स्क्रीन लायिल्ले आसा. थोडे थोडे जेवण कोण घेतील म्हण जाल्यार आमगेल त्या गर्दीची आमी मॅनेज करूं आमी. दैदोर आमकां सहकार कोरका म्हण विनंती करता आसात तुमगे लागीं. सर्वांक सना विनंती कसं म्हळ्यार तुमगे लेफ्ट सायडाचे आमगे स्टेजात राईट सायडारी बागील ओपन करतात आमी जेवणा खातीर. हे एक प्रोग्राम 12 मिनिटाचे, 8 आणि 4 मिनिटाचे प्रोग्राम जाल्ले कुडले कोणाले डिस्टर्बन्स नातिले. कितले जण रबून आसात तांणी ज्याला सुरवेर जेवण कोण येवन मागीर बैसून घेव येता. प्रोग्राम जाले नंतर वताल्यांक हगूर एक रो खाली करत एक वेळ उठा नाका. ते आमगे वॉलंटियर्स आसा ती पुरा जनाक एक वेळ जेवण करचे तसं व्यवस्था केलेलं आसा. मागशी 6 काउंटर आसा ಒಟ್ಟು 2 आणि 4 कोण 6 काउंटर केला आणि जेवण कोर न्हू.
सारस्वत सज्जन सार भरित जीवन, सारस्वत सज्जन सार भरित जीवन. सरसी जाक्ष श्री हरि को करते हैं नमन, सरसी जाक्ष श्री हरि को करते हैं नमन. सारस्वत सज्जन सार भरित जीवन, सारस्वत सज्जन सार भरित जीवन. सत्य धर्म त्याग सेवा जीवन की नींव है, सत्य धर्म त्याग सेवा
Timi takatilam kutakadiku takatadikin tum tadikya tum taum. Tak kita kita takadhari kita kita takatum kita kita takadhari kita taka Vishwa Vandya Janani tu Saraswati. Tum gidu tak kita kita taka tum gidu tak kita taka tak kita taka Veena pustaka dharite hati jaganam takun dhari kita taka jaganam takun dhari kita taka jaganam takun dhari kita taka jaganam takun dhari kita takun dhari kita taka kamalahasani tu mayuravahini shanta chitta tu kalavati. Kita kita taka dhari kita taka devi sharade. kita taka dhari kita taka prabhavati. Tum kita taka tum nam kita taka hamsavahini. Nam kita taka nam kita taka rupavati. Jaganam kita taka tadhi kita taka taum. जग 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 जय 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 तग तग ताम दिगे दिगे तै ताकु धीकु तक्की तुंगु तकिट तकी तन्नु तंगी किट तकी दिगे ताम दत्त ताम दत्त ताम दत्त
पाद सरस्वती देवी पाद सरस्वती देवी पाद सरस्वती देवी ज्ञानी विद्यादानी सर्वज्ञानी विद्या वाटे मधुभाषिणी वाटेनी मधुभाषिणी पाद सरस्वती देवी सर्वज्ञानी विद्यादानी वाटेनी मधुभाषिणी पाद सरस्वती देवी कामल नयनी स्मितवनी कामल नयनी स्मितवनी श्वेतवसनी मनहरे श्वेतवसनी मनहरे सरस्वती देवी सखे पवन देवा पदसा पद सरी मा पामरी री सरी मा पद देवा पद सरी मा पामरी री सरी सरी री सनी दप नी दप मनी पामरी रे सरी मरी मरी दप मा पद सी सनी दप नी दप मना पामरी मयूराजिनी वीणा वाजिनी सुगंधारिणी यशदायिनी सुगंधारिणी यशदायिनी पाद सरस्वती देवी पदज्ञानी विद्यादानी वाटेनी मधुभाषिणी वाद सरस्वती देवी सरस्वती देवी सरस्वती देवी सरस्वती देवी
Thank you, Alka Mai, for a wonderful performance. I just want to give a quick introduction of Alka Lajmi. Alka Lajmi is a disciple of Dr. Srimati Sucheta Chapekar and Srimati Smita Mahajan. Since her Arangetram in 1988, Alka Mai has performed in many places in Mumbai, Pune, and all over India for prestigious organizations and music and dance festivals. Alka Mai is one of the founder members of Nritya Samved, an institute dedicated to teaching and propagating Bharatanatyam. Thank you very much, Alka Mai, for a wonderful performance of Bharatanatyam. Thank you.
Now we have Ashtalakshmi performance by a team of 8 members. I would like to read the name of the performers. ज्योतिका शणै, दिव्या प्रभु, रूपा किणी, स्वाति नाडकर्णी, Sneha Kudwa, Samriddhi Nadkarni, Roshni Kamath and Pooja Pai. After Saraswati Stuti, now the Ashtalakshmi performance.
वाद्यनुते वेद पुराण इतिहास सुपूजित वैदिक मार्ग प्रदर्शयुते जय जय हे मधुसूदन कामिनि श्री धनलक्ष्मी पालय मां श्री धनलक्ष्मी पालय मां श्री धनलक्ष्मी पालय मां।
अष्टलक्ष्मी दुर्गा माता की जय। अभी सबसे विनंती करते हैं, जैसा मैं तभी बोला था, आपका लेफ्ट साइड में और हमारा राइट साइड में द्वार खोला जाएगा। 4 काउंटर खाने का लगा हुआ है। दई दोरनु मनारी सभी लोग लाइन में एक एक अपना वॉलेंटियर्स का आप गाइडेंस देख लीजिए। वॉलेंटियर्स बोलेंगे वैसे ही आप जरा उनका मान रख के जरा लाइन
जीवन की नींव है आत्मानुभूति ही जीवन का लक्ष्य है। आत्मानुभूति ही जीवन का लक्ष्य है। सारस्वत सज्जन सार भरित जीवन सारस्वत सज्जन सार भरित जीवन। भारत भूमि पुण्य भूमि कण कण ही श्रेष्ठ है। भारत भूमि पुण्य भूमि कण कण ही श्रेष्ठ है। विश्वरूपी शरीर का आत्म ही भारत है। विश्वरूपी शरीर का आत्म ही भारत है। सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन 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 सारभरित जीवन सारभरित जीवन सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन सरसिजाक्ष श्री हरि को करते हैं नमन सरसिजाक्ष श्री हरि को करते हैं नमन सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन सत्य धर्म त्याग सेवा जीवन की नींव है सत्य धर्म त्याग सेवा जीवन की नींव है आत्मानुभूति ही जीवन का लक्ष्य है आत्मानुभूति ही जीवन का लक्ष्य है सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन भारत भूमि पुण्य भूमि कण कण ही श्रेष्ठ है भारत भूमि पुण्य भूमि कण कण ही श्रेष्ठ है विश्वरूपी शरीर का आत्म ही भारत है विश्वरूपी शरीर का आत्म ही भारत है सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन 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 सारभरित जीवन सारभरित जीवन सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन सरसिजाक्ष श्री हरि को करते हैं नमन सरसिजाक्ष श्री हरि को करते हैं नमन सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन सत्य धर्म त्याग सेवा जीवन की नींव है सत्य धर्म त्याग सेवा जीवन की नींव है आत्मानुभूति ही जीवन का लक्ष्य है आत्मानुभूति ही जीवन का लक्ष्य है सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन भारत भूमि पुण्य भूमि कण कण ही श्रेष्ठ है भारत भूमि पुण्य भूमि कण कण ही श्रेष्ठ है विश्वरूपी शरीर का आत्म ही भारत है विश्वरूपी शरीर का आत्म ही भारत है सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन 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 सारभरित जीवन सारभरित जीवन सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन सरसिजाक्ष श्री हरि को करते हैं नमन सरसिजाक्ष श्री हरि को करते हैं नमन सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन सत्य धर्म त्याग सेवा जीवन की नींव है सत्य धर्म त्याग सेवा जीवन की नींव है आत्मानुभूति ही जीवन का लक्ष्य है आत्मानुभूति ही जीवन का लक्ष्य है सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन। भारत भूमि पुण्य भूमि कण कण ही श्रेष्ठ है। भारत भूमि पुण्य भूमि कण कण ही श्रेष्ठ है। विश्वरूपी शरीर का आत्म ही भारत है। विश्वरूपी शरीर का आत्म ही भारत है। सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन। सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन 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 सारभरित जीवन सारभरित जीवन। सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन। सरसिजाक्ष श्री हरि को करते हैं नमन। सरसिजाक्ष श्री हरि को करते हैं नमन। सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन। सत्य धर्म त्याग सेवा जीवन की नींव है। सत्य धर्म त्याग सेवा जीवन की नींव है। आत्मा अनुभूति ही जीवन का लक्ष्य है। आत्मा अनुभूति ही जीवन का लक्ष्य है। सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन। भारत भूमि पुण्य भूमि कण कण ही श्रेष्ठ है। भारत भूमि पुण्य भूमि कण कण ही श्रेष्ठ है। विश्वरूपी शरीर का आत्म ही भारत है। विश्वरूपी शरीर का आत्म ही भारत है। सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन। सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन सारस्वत सज्जन जीवन सारभरित जीवन
सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन सरसिजाक्ष श्री हरि को करते हैं नमन सरसिजाक्ष श्री हरि को करते हैं नमन सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन सारस्वत सज्जन सारभरित जीवन